to this.
Okay. I've started streaming just so that everybody knows.
Okay. Let's see. What is wrong?
I don't know. Nobody's been able to tell me what's wrong with me yet. It's an ongoing issue. So
Uh,
Ugh. Sorry. Had to
nope.
get
no
my
worries.
camera on.
It is all good. I'm also going to go live here in just a second, but I don't have any video on mine. This is just going to be audio.
Podcast.
Pretty much.
The cast of pods.
Nice.
I said it.
Yep, you did. All right.
Make up your mind.
And my tag for this, the title for this stream is "Creating Disasters and Letting It for Someone Else."
That's fair.
Essentially what we've been doing, yeah.
And so, for those of you that are like listening in on this, also, this is technically the third episode, but it's where it starts on my channel due to super fun technical issues that
Thumbs up.
happen times. You can catch those on Rukov's, and I don't know. Did you stream or record on yours, Eric?
Oh,
No, I did not. Well, I was hosting.
No. Okay. You can definitely catch the first two. Oh. Oh yeah, that's right. You were.
I was
remember
hosting
now.
Rukov.
Okay,
But
so
yeah, anyway.
All right, so quick catch up. If you want to kind of follow along with what's happened, check out Rukov. He has the first two episodes on his, essentially. First two times that we played. These guys are well on their way with a well explained story. I'm not going to go into a bunch of lore dump or anything like that, though. So, that being said, you guys are still pretty fresh in what's going on, right?
yeah, and
Or do you need a
I
little
think so.
bit?
we'll likely recap where the issues are needed, and we'll, as the story demands it. So
Right. Well, okay. So, there's a little bit of a lag there. When you guys started coming up this path, you decided to skip the last town, uh, just to kind of avoid a trail, as it were, because you were worried that you might get blamed for the weird storm that took place after you guys solved that last ruin, as it were.
Yeah.
yeah, to be fair, we don't trust that town because uh, they had pretty much anyone that looked differently. Or so as Hammer saw it, anyone who looked differently seems to have been uh, boiled alive uh, with steam, and we were Hammer was not interested in being boiled alive this time around, so he avoided the town as much as possible. In fact, he sent his best friend Bob to go grab some gear for the rest of the dwarves, and yeah, Bob didn't end up making the last round though. Oh, I think we lost. Can you guys hear me?
I can hear you, but I
Oh,
can't hear him again.
can't hear Uni. It just it sounded like a ping, and we lost you.
This is fun.
Tech Issue Sunday. It's a thing.
Is it because you took your mic off?
It might be. Okay, there we have it. Oh, nope. For a second, then. Nope, can't hear you.
Nope.
For a second, I heard some noise, like it was being plugged in, and then no. Nothing.
Reconnecting.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yes, we can hear you.
Ah, crap! Now I can't hear you guys.
Are you serious? That's funny.
We can. We hear you. Just a second. Can you hear me now?
I can.
Okay.
I don't think he can.
Okay.
I don't think. I don't know. Pardon me?
We hear you.
Awesome. Okay, so yeah, no, I can't hear you
Not
guys.
the.
Looking into it. Can you hear? You guys can hear me though now, right? Yeah,
Yes.
of course. Okay. Uh, had this all set up.
I believe you.
Let's see. I'm not sure what is wrong. Trying to suss out the issue right now. Let's see.
Why you acting so sus?
Oh. Can you hear me now?
I can still hear you. Yeah.
Nope, I
Yeah,
still
we
can't
can
hear you.
You can't hear us?
Apparently not.
How about now?
How about now? I don't know. We can still hear
We
you.
can still hear you. Yeah.
I can hear you.
We can hear you. We can hear each other.
You guys can hear each other, so I can't hear you for some reason. Why?
Is it just
What?
one connection for both audio and mic?
Let's try this.
Oh,
He's refreshing again.
I know.
Can you hear us? Yes?
Yes.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
I
Yes.
okay.
Okay.
We can hear you. So
Wait.
Can it be smooth from here on out?
Don't ask me that. I have
okay.
no idea.
You're the GM. I mean, come on. Or
Yeah, it's
DM,
gonna be-
whichever you want to be whichever you prefer.
But unfortunately, I'm also not tech support. So I have no idea. I'm hoping.
I was at one point in my life.
See?
That's why I went right into tech support mode of, did you do this? Did you do that? And blah, blah, blah. So. Oh. So it's a siege of, like, okay.
Each one of these is a unit of 20.
Okay.
Two. But yeah, so these would be uh, somewhat set up in the fields, kind of across the way.
Mm-hmm. So Hammer is trying to determine who looks like he would be the leader, and uh, and then ignoring them and look for who would be in charge of uh, supplies and requisition.
All right.
Because we have a bunch of ore.
No, only one.
Yeah, that's right.
Oh yeah.
Sorry. Sorry. Ignore that statement.
And did we determine if we were? No, no, I will not ignore that. It was funny. Did we determine what kind of ore that we had? I thought we said some, but this could just me be imagining and creating my own character that we were like copper ore, which would still be important, but
I believe, yeah, it was.
okay.
I believe it was copper, if I remember right.
Pardon me.
Copper and iron.
Copper and iron.
Yeah, is what would be in a lot of these hills.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so for the most part, these symbols kind of represent what they look like.
Do we know like who would look like the quartermaster, or does it look that's organized?
Yeah, there is a quartermaster there. Now, individuals with daggers are not actually rogues. They're kind of like saboteurs and things. And what is with them is siege equipment, as
Mhm.
well as this wizard-looking guy over here is actually a unit of alchemists with siege equipment. Um, and you've got a pretty decent amount of archers as well. I also misspoke when I said the amount. Each uh, each one of these is a unit of 50.
Okay.
So
Well,
this
What
is
does that mean exactly?
that means we're not attacking them right on.
okay. So each one of those standing there is 50 men of that unit type.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Yeah. Um. Yeah. And on
So
the other side
there are
of
a
the
lot
road,
of people out there, is what you're
where you
saying.
see these, yes, there is. Where these individuals are on the other side are forces outside the wall, but that belong to the castle. They're just parked up on the left side of the road. Uh,
Do anyone see us, or does anyone see us? Wow, that was great English.
um, yes, because I mean you're coming up from a road, and this is one. There's a castle, so they can definitely. Now this is just a standard four-wall, four-towered castle, but they can, see you from towers. Plus, there are people beset on either side of the road, and these are units. These are massive units. Well, not massive units, but this definitely for Hammer is the biggest. You've read about them and stuff. You've seen
No.
some units of guard or horse go by. from time to time, but you've never seen a mass, uh, you know, force.
Hammer doesn't read.
Oh yeah, that's right. Well, you still would have seen units move by from time to time, even in
Mm-hmm.
cheese wheel, but it wouldn't be anything en masse. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Uh, this would be, yeah, like I said, it's not the most craziest of things, but it definitely is a mass gathering. Uh, looking for something specific. I think I'm just gonna label it because I don't know what happened to the little guy I had set up for that. Oh well. So, uh, maybe this is it? I think it is, but it might be. Um, no, that's not what I'm looking for either. Anyway, uh, I'm wondering if that'll do it. I don't know, probably not. There we go. Yeah. Um, apologies. Real quick. There it is. Sorry, I was gonna say I had this thing saved up and I don't know where the hell it went. Found it. Okay. So you would even see uh, any guys with the yellow shields or the red shields is a horsed unit.
Mm.
Uh, red will be for the castle. But yeah, you see knights out there as well. Now there are presumably more forces uh, inside the castle, obviously. I want to say that this is, if it's encompassing these units as singular pieces, that's the scale in size of what you're dealing with. But yeah, you would arrive on the southern road about a little bit before afternoon, and you would see that. One side with the red knight is uh, the castle forces that are outside, and see more manned on the walls and the towers, and then the army on the other side. The army is not poised and ready to attack, though there are units that are set up. It's an encamped. Same with the other side. So it's a siege. It's not a direct assault. This is an actual classic siege. And what sieges really were well, you know, them really seeing who could hold out first, or who hold out the longest without uh, being the one to strike first, or to run away, or to surrender, or parlay doesn't get to that point, it goes to blows. You're not sure what stage it's in upon the approach, but yeah, that's what you see once you hit the tip of the southern road.
Okay. Um, should I
Halfway
do
would
perception
be
or
drinking the stone fist. Sorry.
should I roll perception or let me take a look here. Should I roll perception to see if I could tell if reaching out to the quartermaster and trying to make a bargain about getting into the castle would be get in and out would be anything that we could do?
Uh, so wait, I'm somewhat confused on what you're asking. So you're asking
So
to see if there's a way around all of this, or are you trying to find?
what I want to go talk to the quartermaster because we have we have trade in kind.
So the quartermaster would definitely be the one on the left, with the castle, obviously. You
Okay.
might even be able to get inside the castle again because you guys were also looking for, if I remember correctly, a library
Mm-hmm.
and other information as well as like more decent supplies. You're gonna have to resupply soon. I'm
Yeah.
assuming anyway, right? Because you
Yeah.
skipped a town.
Well, and I don't want to go straight in there and say take me to your leader because that's kind of presumptuous. What I'm
Well, yeah.
thinking is the person that we could do business with, since we're miners with wares to sell, is the
Mhm.
quartermaster, since he's the one that would actually requisition the ore and the material that needs to be refined by the camp blacksmiths. I'm sorry if I'm overthinking this.
No, no. Castle definitely have blacksmiths and things like that that would be grateful, obviously, to normally do trade. You'll have to talk to somebody, obviously, on that side of the road
Before we
before.
approach, and no, like I'm trying to do this from a distance away, not like immediately going into them. Uh, but like, does it look like somebody that like from my experience that would be something that I could deal someone that I could deal with, or does he look like he has a dishonest face?
You could go ahead and roll a perception for that, sure.
Yeah, that's essentially what I was trying to get at. Sorry for getting there the long way around.
Oh no,
Uh,
yeah.
I got a 6, so I'm probably not going to know very much.
They both were on either side. As you can see, where those two units are kind of poised at where the crossroad is. There are men that are literally standing on either side, also of the road, almost like a checkpoint.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, so there is also that, and there. It looks like no violence has come to blows at all whatsoever, but these people are posted up in the wheat fields of this castle.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, and it looks like they might be tolling or attempting to slow trade on the road. You have no idea, again, no idea what this is about either.
Mm-hmm.
So there are leers from either side from both sets. But the guy you want to talk to if you want to do business is going to be on the left. And there
Mm-hmm.
is a solitary man on each side standing at this with small units of men behind them, and then the rest of this is, like I said, set up.
Hmm.
So
So
yeah,
Leandrin, I'm gonna
100.
do something a little bit out of character, and I'm going to explain my thought process here.
Interesting.
So we've got to get in there to get your eyes on some books to figure out what the hell is going on here.
Mm-hmm.
To do that, we have to get past that army that looks like it's getting ready for a siege.
Looks like they've been here a few days.
Oh, look, that's that army that's currently sieging this place. Right now, if we can find a place to safely store uh, our weapons that don't look like they're that make us combatants, uh, then we can go and probably trade our way in. I don't want to put all of our stuff in one place. We could probably we they'll probably take our cart and requisition the goats for food. But if we might be able to trade with the guy there, if you think that he looks trustworthy, what do you think that the that quartermaster looks like? I can't see because I'm a dwarf. Got short sighted. Uh, Never could see very well.
Uh,
Obviously.
Stone Fist would chime in from the back of Carcass. Him and Half Face are having their noonsies. Uh, he would chime in from the back and be like, "Yeah, yeah, that's what it is." And half face to reveal. Give me some more of that.
Half Face has a lot of names. Half Beard, Half Face,
Yeah, kid. Yeah.
Scarface. Yeah, wow.
Half for short.
Yeah,
We get half consistent.
yeah, half. So,
Um, does he seem trustworthy?
Uh, that would be a perception, definitely.
Okay. Well, my passive perception is 16 because I didn't
He
roll very well.
he looks he kind of looks gruff, but if he belongs to the castle, there's a fair chance he's trustworthy. He looks, for the most part, trustworthy. He definitely looks ornery, but that's probably because
Well,
they're under siege.
for the past few days.
Hmm.
all right. Um, is there an abandoned hen house anywhere that we could see that looks like there isn't going to be somebody that's going to be here in the next day or so? Actually, hen house is wrong uh, because people opportunists are going to try to look for hens. Is there a shit house that we could bundle up into some of our leather goods and hide our stuff that we don't want, backup stuff that we don't want necessarily to be
Uh,
confiscated?
well, the thing with that is that it's just a couple of wheat fields
Oh no.
and everything. There are no farm houses or anything. Anything that's collected, and anybody who lives in this area literally live within the walls of this castle.
N-
Uh,
Now here's the
so,
thing. Are you
oh,
the type of the GM that's going to take our stuff away from us the third episode in or not? Um, I don't want to bring the wands anywhere near anyone that is because they if these get into the wrong hands, we've clearly shown that they can do some harm. Um, and as a rule, Hammer is kind of an anarchist. If you haven't been able to tell yet, um,
for the most part, no. I mean, if you like hide the cart somewhere, if you leave just a cart sitting out somewhere,
mhm.
just kind of sitting there, 50-50 shots, I'm just going to take it. There's a
Right.
lot of
Yeah.
people that are, you know,
Okay.
not
So
necessarily dishonest. It's not like the place is full of thieves or anything, but there are people that are like, oh, hey, like I maybe make 2 gold a year. Wow, here is a cart with stuff in it and 2 goats.
yeah.
I picked up in the
So
world.
it's
Like
probably
this is
worth it to
how
try
to live.
to keep to hope for the best, and if the worst was to happen, we're fighting a whole army or two. Fun. Okay.
I mean, you're at the southernmost tip, so you're just barely seeing. If you back down, it's just wheat fields and light tree hilled areas.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
You could find an area of shrubbery or a small circle of trees to attempt to hide your extra stuff and the cart in if you wanted.
I'm
Um,
not going to hide the cart because it's probably better in our own hands. It's probably safer that way.
okay.
But this is not a democracy, and I'm not the king, so I'm going to leave that to other people that are interested
Well, what
parties.
you two kind of bought, or no, you didn't buy the cart. This is just all of this was salvaged from Cheesewell. You barely had to buy anything so far.
Well, we sold some goats uh,
Yeah,
to
Right.
buy the cart. The rest of the stuff that's in the cart is our life savings worth of ore and stuff that we haven't sold on to the blacksmith because, yeah.
right. Um, well, yeah,
I'm sure we could hide it out of sight.
Um.
carry the
Okay.
ore in by hand. Sounds annoying.
Okay. So do we want to do that? Let's everybody pitch in for this. I'm going to help with stealth. Um, I'm going to help the elf with a stealth roll for uh, building up the and
Ooh,
saving the.
nice. So Halfbeard and Rockfist definitely pitch in for that. Do a pretty decent job.
I
They've
got
gotten.
18.
They're like, hey, there's a rock. I can smell it over here. It's got a bit of a hollow alcove next to it. We can kind of park the cart right next to it. It's hidden by trees. This rock here.
Okay.
Dirty 20 for a stealth
Nice.
for me.
I got 18
Ooh.
total.
Everybody rolled really high on that. All right. So
And
yet again, the cart is.
I am a
very
rogue
well
elf,
hidden.
so just kidding. Sorry.
tie up the
Oh,
goats
no,
to
you're fine.
tie up the goats to a tree.
Okay.
And make it look
That
like
might be the only giveaway if somebody's like looking super hard, is if the goats like bleat, unless
Yeah.
do you harness their mouths while
yeah.
hiding it?
Well,
I'll
they've got
leave
to
that up
graze.
to Hammer. 'Cause I don't know.
I've got to graze. They've got to graze a little bit. I mean, can
With
I
all
make
of your guys' collective checks, you picked a really good spot. Even if you hear bleeding, you probably would just assume, oh, it's just some fucking goats. Nobody's gonna poke around. And with
Yeah.
everybody's collective roll, it's pretty well, or the collaborative effort roll, because it's not like it stacks all of those together, but
Averages
collaborative
out.
roll,
Yeah.
it's still got mad bonuses to it because everybody worked together. So it's very well hidden. It'd have to be an actual leveled character to attempt to find it. You know what I mean?
okay.
Or an NPC with some actual levels to them. Like I said, 65% of the world's population is 0 level characters,
Yeah.
the NPCs. Now, these military guys here are probably within the range of actually level 0 or level 1. Some of them might be, like some level 2 characters.
Well, if they're
Like,
knights, I'm sure.
well, yeah. I mean, but that's the thing, is you can be a knight by first level in
Mhm.
D&D. That's
Right.
the thing.
So yeah, we'll hide the
Pardon me. Sorry.
no, it's okay. We'll hide the cart. To take
And-
an extra precaution, I'm going to fashion with some of the wood we have a secret compartment underneath the. We should have probably done that before. Never mind. But
that
he
sounds
he
kind of
hides.
complicated. You spend the afternoon.
No,
doing
no,
that.
no. He takes he takes some of his stuff, like his war axe and one of his
So you're
throwing
not looking at
axes.
arms to the teeth.
Yeah, he's putting the war axe and the war axe and the what's it called? Axe, the hand axe. And he puts it on underneath on the
War
tongue.
axe and battle axe. Yeah.
The
Mhm.
battle
got it.
axe, and no, I have a war. What is it? A great axe.
Oh, right.
I have a
Okay.
great axe, and I have a one of my hand axes. I'm just putting it on the axle underneath the wagon.
Now, so you're hiding the wands on your person, or are you leaving the wands?
I'm keeping mine. Like I have a leg
She has
holster
two.
thing that I've made.
So that's just out in the open in this holster.
Not necessarily in the holster. Not out in the open. I have a long coat, or I would imagine I would have a longer coat that kind of conceals it.
Okay. And then what do you do with the
Mine.
third that you guys have acquired?
Say again.
The third
You
wand.
have a third wand.
Oh, she has it
Technically,
in her
there's
bag.
two of them.
The
Oh yeah,
blue
that's right.
one.
I have the
The-
amber one holster because I know I'm attuned to that one. No one's attuned to the blue one yet.
The blue one.
Yeah.
As far as that goes, do. I mean, that's one of the things that we don't want to get out there, but we
Right.
also kind of need it to be with us so that we, along with her journal, to study it in the library. Because if we, it would kind of suck
Right.
to get all the way there and need it to and not have it. So I've got underneath my beard, I've got it my ruby wand beneath my clothes, like I've got my headphones right here, uh,
Yeah.
and I've got it beneath my beard as well, so that it's not showing. But it's around a leather tether beneath everything, and
I just imagine in a scenario you just reach into this bushy beard and you're like, ah! Okay. Um.
and
All right. So you have a sack of
I've got
ore.
yeah, I've got a sack, and I'm gonna say, hey,
Like, shake your head.
Sorry.
so who are we gonna leave behind? Are we gonna leave Halfbeard or
What are you doing with
Rockfist?
Lemon? Is she coming with, or is she staying with the cart?
Who? Oh, Lemon.
Hmm.
I'll I'll ask her. Do you want to come with us, or do you want to stay with the cot in out of sight?
So the
I mean,
dwarves, the
it being
dwarves and I draw
now she.
lots. Go ahead.
Okay, you're
Oh, sorry. She would. She would mostly want to follow you, unless there's certain scenarios. So unless you tell her to stay at the cart, she'll just follow you.
So should I do Rochambeau or draw lots with the other two dwarves? And obviously, I'm not staying with the cart, but
Alright. What? Just because you got a crazy flashy stick, well, it doesn't automatically make you excluded from cart watch duty. Hey,
okay.
Butterfinger.
Hey, Butterfingers. Oh,
Yeah, I'll Rochambeau you for it. All right. So they
oh
would
my
want to
gosh.
stand in a circle, and basically you guys headbutt each other until
until
someone is.
Half Face has to stay back with the cart. We'll say Half Beard.
Um. So I'm assuming that they're expecting you to join in the circle.
Okay.
Like
Yeah, and he's
Me
in.
or him? Oh
No, just
no, they're like no, this is a dwarf thing.
no, I wasn't getting in the middle of it. I thought you were talking to me for a second.
Oh
do I
no
have to
no,
roll for anything here? Because if I get stuck back
just
at the
a
cart, that's going to be interesting. Go ahead.
constitution. That's it.
Constitution.
Because you guys are willingly headbutting each other. Oh, okay.
I got a 19 on the die, plus
All right.
3.
So you
22.
guys clunk heads, and it looks like Stonefist yet again. Because he got the 15 with his bonuses only makes it a 17. You and Halfbeard tied, but it doesn't matter because there was a loser, and that was Stonefist. So Stonefist yet again. He's like, damn it. Well, you know what that means? I get left with what's left of the keg.
Yep.
Halfbeard, um, Halfbeard be like, there better be some of that left when I get back.
Good luck with that. All right.
Is there a well? We'd probably have to be somewhat close. Is there a way I could like do a whistle, like leave Lemon at the cart, but do a whistle for her to hear me in case she needs to
Uh,
come?
I would say for most of the road, because this is, like I said, each one of those units like counts as 50 men, so to scale this is fairly decent size. Now you can
Mhm.
see by the castle with all the roofs and stuff in there are several hundreds of people that live within the castle.
So it'd be
So I'm gonna
difficult to.
say, as long as you're on the road or in the wheat field on the map, there she'll be able to hear you. But once castle proper, probably not.
Next time that we do a long rest, can I smith her a dog whistle?
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah. Don't see a problem with that. And more than likely, I'm probably not going to have you roll for that or anything because it is downtime, and that's something easily that you can create.
Um, I'll have Lemon follow.
Okay.
Okay. But we'll have to train the dog for the dog whistle, or did Link have one that we took off? Or no, it would have been flattened. Never mind.
I would assume that since she's a herding dog, herding goats and whatnot, she would have some sort of
Yeah, she would know to
knowledge of how to
respond
do that,
Yeah,
or
she knows
what's
how to
going on with
respond
that.
to
I mean,
things, which would make any fluting bard really annoying if they ever came through town.
Okay.
fluting bard. That just sounds weird. Sorry.
A flautist.
Okay. So yeah. So Hammer and Half Beard and the elf and the dog are going to go, and Hammer is going to be the one carrying the satchel full of ore. That's satchel full of ore is really heavy. Do I need to make any rolls
Sounds
for
like a
that?
great
Or?
band name.
Not for the short distance that you have to
Okay.
go. I would say if it was like a moderate to heavy travel, then I'd be like, yeah, you're gonna have to roll every once in a while. But just hauling it to where you're going and it's not emergent, you're fine.
Okay.
Plus you're used to hauling crap like this anyway, all day,
Yeah.
every day.
I'll hold
So
up. I'll take the back of the group.
okay. So I'm assuming you approach more to the left side uh,
Mm-hmm.
of the road where that little three-way divide is, three-way crossroad. Yeah, there is a cart out there right now, and it looks like it's got
Right
a couple of
there.
vendors at it, but there are soldiers all around it. But that's a little bit further behind the two soldiers on either side of the road. One from whatever opposing force. They look like they're from the country of East Marsh, but again, you don't know why the hell they're here or anything. And then the other one is obviously from here, Midland, this castle. Oh, which is the Flaxseed. It is known as Flaxseed Castle.
Flax seed.
Mhm.
Okay.
Another word for wheat.
Right.
Yeah, and which is it's surrounded by again medieval times. It's real simple naming for most things.
Right. I was just making sure I heard you correctly.
Oh yeah. Okay, so yeah, you get up to yeah, that portion of the road where that little road sign is there in the middle of that crossroad. Uh and it looks like the two soldiers actually from both sides come walking up to you. It's just one apiece, but they come walking up to you.
Merchants with trade for the what is it called for the quartermaster, just here for the quartermaster.
Oh, okay.
We come
Just there for
we
quarter,
come bearing
miners.
ore. Yeah.
Right. Well armed miners and
It's been a crazy year, sir. We've been at
no.
least two bands of forms of bandits have tried to steal our wares on our way here, sir. So
Yes. The roads have become more dangerous in the recent years, I would have to say.
More than you ever know.
And we've
Well,
come
not recent
bearing
years, but last
tidings
couple.
of what is the name of the town that we this is out of character. What's the name of the town of the place we pretty much screwed over?
Oh, lily pad landing.
Mm.
Lilypad. We come with a request from Lilypad Landing. They're going. They need the. They need the army because they're going through an issue where they're at.
Mm.
Something about like fog that is stealing their people or something.
I'm gonna have to bring you to somebody to relay that portion of information. And he
Okay.
looks you up and down, and he's looking at you guys. The one from the castle is looking at you guys very slowly, top to bottom. And he's the one that's been asking the question so far. Oi! The guy from the other side, the siege army. Oi, oi, oi! We're in the middle of a parley, so that means that we control a portion of the road, doesn't it? I mean, it's just like that's still under discussion. You can't just interfere and attempt to tax anyone that comes up the bloody road. That's the whole point of a siege, though, isn't it?
Hmm.
You demon worshipping bastard. It's just like, yeah, I am not. You don't sully me. And I knew my father as well. I'll fucking split you from nose to groin. And they just kind of look at each other from like,
I'm not here as an ambassador. I'm just a merchant.
yeah, yeah. So, I just want, all we're asking is for a little bit of a travel tax, as it were, if you do have any business with the castle, because we are sieging them, and we are in the middle of parley.
Okay. All I have is a coin, and he pulls out a gold coin and flips
Now,
it.
now, now, the guy from the left side, he's just like, we haven't allowed so much of your interference, so they seem somewhat opposed, but he kind of like intimidates the guy from uh, the sieging army, and he's just like, right, it's not worth it. We don't want the battle starting over just a handful of merchants, do we? And he backs off.
Hmm.
And then, um, yeah, so that being said, the guy from the left from the castle, he's just like, right, well, seem to have a lot of information from miners, very well informed. It's a little strange, but I'll let you do business with our cart here. We're not really allowing very many inside the walls of the actual castle, given the siege.
Well,
But I'm
can
going
we
to take
plead?
you
Can
to
we
talk
plead
to
to the
someone.
Lord for Lilypad at the very least?
Uh, yeah. No, I'm going to direct you to. I'm going to direct you to the quartermaster captain that's out here, and you can finish speaking with them about that. So he has you follow him.
Okay. Do you
And
want me to come over
take.
here or?
Oh no, you guys came up from the south of the map. That
Oh,
would be the map.
so we're over here,
Yes,
and
and
we've
he's now
been talking to
up
this
with
guy and this guy.
no, those aren't individuals. Those are whole units
Okay.
of men camped up. The two individuals I was talking about were on that stretch of road. He's walking up to where that cart is. and that's where a handful of vendors and stuff are from the castle.
Okay. Um. Okay. Performance, I guess. Uh, and I pretty much tell them the same thing that I just said. Hey, we just came from Lilypad. We have tidings and a request from them.
All right. Well,
And we also
yeah, that
have
would be the
wares to sell.
quartermaster. Just like, yeah, what's this about? We haven't received any word so far.
Well,
Well, we are the word.
we were going through there.
Oh.
We were trying to sell our wares there, and they rejected us for more than just a little rear provision. Uh, and then they said that they wanted us to tell the Lord himself that they need help and to remind him of his duty or something like that.
Hmm. Well,
Do you
the
have Leandrin? Do
lady
you have that
of the
that
castle
missive, or
is
was it just?
responsible
Go ahead.
for that region. I will relay the message to her about that if you have it in any kind of paper form.
I
Other than that,
Who? Sorry, Grugov was talking at the same time
Go
as
ahead.
you. I did not hear.
oh, apologies. Um, he's like, well, yeah, that's. So you have a written missive or anything? If not, I can relay the message to the lady of the castle. Unfortunately, the lord passed away a little while ago.
Oh,
Illness, unrelated to the circumstances that are going on now.
ah
So, I also hear that so there's strange goings about down there, but it has nothing to do with, would you say, the military across the way, or would you have?
no.
no, nothing to do with the military across the way.
This is magic fuckery.
Hmm. Hmm. Yeah, there seems to be a handful of that going around, so I hear. I suspect interference with our messaging from the units across the way from East Marsh.
We did seem to see a lot of dead messengers off to the side of the road, heading that way.
Ah. Hmm.
That's putting it lightly.
Hammer's just making assumptions as to who kept getting killed along the way in Lilypad, and he's not. He's
Right.
just trying to be as honest as he can without telling the
I
whole
understand.
story. So,
I'm just adding to it
yep.
for effect. I don't know.
And this means out of character, just so.
Okay. So the guard from the side of the road also like whispers something to him and stuff. And he
Can I
sends a
hear what
runner.
the whisper was?
He said you could roll for it.
Ah, we did a perception.
Mm-hmm.
It's 13. Passive perception 16.
20 on the die, 22.
Okay, so he whispers something. He's just like, I believe they're carrying magic. This could be some kind of trap. Anyway, so he sends a messenger boy, the guy you've been speaking to, the quartermaster, he sends a messenger off and he has that guard go back to the road. And he's just like, well, conduct your trade with the merchants and we'll see what to do with your message. And then more than likely you can be on your merry way.
Okay, fair enough. Uh,
We'll attempt to leave you unmolested from the forces across the way.
okay. That's
Thank you.
fair enough. And then Hammer goes to try to sell what he can of the ore that he's carrying.
Okay, that would literally be a barter roll. So like
Barter.
intelligence or charisma.
Both are 0.
Okay.
So straight roll.
16 on the die.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. You definitely make a decent barter over its going. So you would you'd receive 5 gold,
Okay.
which is pretty decent.
I will put down 5 gold then. And I'll say to Hammer, I believe we did everything that we came here to do. Let's leave Leandrin. And yeah,
Hold up.
what's going
You
on?
would hear the quartermaster say, "Wait, please." Like I said, we were going to wait from word back from the castle. Shouldn't
Okay.
take long. As he points behind him, being it's right there. If you wouldn't mind having the patience before leaving.
Okay.
Of course.
I thought you said that we couldn't go. That's why I was making the assumption that we should leave. Okay.
Oh, he said, "Oh, well, I said you could conduct your business, and then we'll wait for word.
Oh, I
And
misunderstood.
agree,
Sorry
and then
about
you can
that.
go your merry way." No, you are fine. And he quirks an eyebrow and just kind of stands there. So, where are you from?
Uh, I am from a town called Mudreave, but I recently lived all over the place, wherever the mine takes me.
Roll the lie to this guy.
I am not lying. He's from Mudreave. He went to he.
Oh, that's right. You lived in Cheeseville for a while, but it was okay. That's right.
There is no
I
lie.
remember. Okay, it's more of like a weird omission. I got you.
Would it was that be a natural 20? Never mind.
I guess it was.
Crit 20 because it is
Um,
the truth.
Halfbeard is just like from the north, from the north originally. Yeah, and then yeah, from St. Mineas. Oh yes, and where's your fellow's mine located?
Uh, our
He looks like you.
mine dried up recently out by Cheese Wheel, and we're looking for a new one. Do you have a new one?
Ah, no, unfortunately, the nearest mine will be just right at the edge of our lordom before
Oh,
the next one. Still same kingdom, obviously, but we only have one mine in our lorddom. It'll be a little bit further north. You're heading that way, actually. If you continue down or continue upward.
anywhere we can buy the land rights that not currently been prospected.
Not in this region, no. Everything's been spoken for quite some time.
Okay.
Most of it's the lorddom. Well,
Well,
I should say the ladydom, but you get my meaning.
currently in
Kind
the
of
market for a
oh,
new
mine
claim.
dried up. The only one I've heard that has become inactive recently is Cheese Wheel.
Yes, that was us. So
I heard some kind of catastrophe happened there.
few days
Yes.
we heard that too. A few days after we left. Now
Ah.
I'm lying. So
Yeah,
performance
you'd have
roll.
to
That's an 18 on the die. I am rolling really well. That's a 20.
Okay. Even with his bonuses, he's like, fortunate. I heard the only survivors were guard and a handful of children, but it's all missives sent by pigeons, which is why I think our correspondences are being interfered with from the east. Because I've heard nothing about what's happening with Lilypad, and that's within our own lorddom. Interesting, interesting, interesting. So, I also am told that there was some interesting heroes. You didn't happen to encounter them at all. The saviors of the children and the old guard, from what I heard.
Heroes?
What
Apparently
did
put a
they say of
stop
these
to
heroes?
the horrors, according to the children and the old man, or at least that's what the note said. But the heroes went as of really unidentified. So,
I don't know.
yeah,
Know nothing about that. Like I said, we left before that happened. We heard about it. Some of
damn.
might have been one of those crazy coots that were sticking behind to get the last stripes out of the mine. Do you remember who that was? And he turns to Half Beard. Crap, I'm relying on Half Beard.
Nope, I was drunk for most of it. To be honest. So, drunk.
Yeah, that sounds about right. I've been.
I mean, he technically wasn't lying. He missed the whole damn thing because he was sleeping it off. So, and then he would look to you and he's like, "And so, what brings a traveler from so far from the Enchanted Forest? Not to make presumptions, unless you are from the north. You don't look like a northern elf."
I'm not a northern elf, right?
No, you're from the Enchanted Forest.
Okay,
You're
I just wanted.
type.
I'm like, wait.
You're whatever type you chose as a subrace.
Wood.
Which is okay. So wood elf. All the ones that you saw that were kind of like available, including the drow, are in the Enchanted Forest. Now, drow in this, there is no lull, so they aren't inherently like almost bad or evil, kind of like how D&D almost has it set up. Yes, they are dark and they have an aversion to sunlight, but that's for entirely different reasons. All of you follow seasonal
Right.
things.
Okay.
Leandrin is our retainer. She's none of us know how to read, and we need to buy a new land. So we're hiring her to go along with us.
That makes sense. They are excellent at arbitration. I mean, he looks at you. He's like, I've met several elven lawyers in my time.
I don't think she's a lawyer.
Ecstatic. No.
But we don't know how to read.
No, but they seem to have a talent for legal issues.
Just keep that in mind then.
Well, generally, out of game, it's because most elves have a bonus to their charisma.
Right.
So he's like, oh, they're all excellent at arbitration. They're fantastic at that, actually. We
Right.
could use one right now, in fact. It'd make this parlay a lot easier.
Not my.
Well, thank you for the information. You seem to be, for the most part, trustworthy, but to have to wait, like I said, on the word of the lady, I know this seems unorthodox. As he's saying that, the runner would come, well, running back up.
No issue. I
Hand him a
understand
letter.
completely wanting to wait for word.
He would smile at you, and he's like, "Interesting to see your animal companion being a dog. Most elves I've come across my time are generally a more deep wood type of animal, generally a falcon, if I'm not mistaken, of course."
Correct. Let's just say we've adopted each other.
He folds it. This is irregular. And he would look up at all of you. And look at the note again just to make sure he's reading it right. I mean, closing it, it's just like, The lady has requested an audience with you.
Okay. What does that mean? I'm not gonna dance for her.
He looks at you, Leandra, and he's like, "Right, I see why they hired you." So, no, she wishes to speak to your traveling band, as it were. You're a small company within
Right.
the castle.
Okay, sounds good.
All right then. Then he has some guard follow as well. You have four pikemen that come up. He also wanders with you. Now, I'm only going to take you to the gates, and from there you can go with Castellan, and he will take you to the lady. And he's just like, no, no funny business, please. No off-color behavior, or rambunctiousness. Everyone's on edge. He's mainly looking at the dwarves when saying this.
No, I
Understood.
believe that.
I'd appreciate it if you tied my pick to me. If you're really that concerned, that way it'll take me a moment to get it off from me if you decide to attack us.
He just quirks an eyebrow. And he's like, no, no, this is not necessary.
Okay.
He would take you up to the drawbridge, um, and then from there, the guards would take you up to the gate, the portcullis, which is closed. To draw that up, a side door, not the whole thing. They don't open the whole portcullis. They just open a side gate and let you in. Uh, and they would basically take you to this man who's now standing in the street waiting to receive you. He looks a little bit more finely dressed, but he's also wearing a basically a breastplate. But he's not wearing the breastplate. He's just wearing a breastplate, and then it's some lording robes that are flowing out from it. And he's got a sword. Yes, I am the Castellan, and here are a few things. If you wouldn't mind rendering your dangerous objects to my guards, you will be given your weaponry back once out of the audience of the lady.
Okay.
So, of course.
Hammer hands over his pickaxe, and the hand axe is hidden in on his back underneath his clothing.
All right. Do you want to make a sleight of hand for that hide check?
Wow.
And-
Damn it, 20. I don't
Alright.
believe this. I'm gonna start rolling it. What?
It remains hidden.
Okay.
I too. I take off the short bow and the quiver of bows.
Oh, he and
And hand
also remember that there's the wand underneath his beard, but you wouldn't be able to see it either.
No.
So.
Keeping my.
They don't seem to notice your holstered wand under your.
Right, I was
wand
just gonna
coat.
say, like I
With
do
what
it in
I
such a
rolled,
way that it
and
keeps
you'd
my
probably be
jacket.
picking your teeth with it, and they wouldn't notice. I rolled a 4. So.
Oh, well, I'm just in case I rolled a 19, and so anyway.
Okay.
But I also keep my, like, I have a little satchel with the blue wand also in it. But I don't hand that over because, well, it could be for the dog, for all they know.
All right.
Oh, also I have a satchel full of jerky. Still.
Okay.
I think it's got 2 sticks of jerky left.
Going to the main house, the Castella, as it is known, there are a few things to observe. Speak in turn and in turn only. You may only walk up to the edge of the red carpeting and no closer to the lady. And you are to be respectful.
I
What's your name
rolled
again?
a perception of. I rolled a perception of 14. Do I know anything about this guy, or can I sense anything about this guy that I should be worried about?
I mean, you can roll for it, yeah.
No, I rolled a 14.
Oh, 14? Sorry. Yeah, no, this guy is just literally doing his job
Okay,
and putting over that. I mean, it's, you are meeting a lady, uh, slash lord,
fair enough.
so basically a high end individual of the kingdom. This is kind of standard. Hey, no weapons, you can only stand within X amount of feet of said individual,
Mm-hmm.
you know, pretty much have your manners and literally know your place in the serfdom, you know, scale of things, basically, kind of shit. Um, Part of it is to protect her life because she is a head of state,
Right.
technically speaking, and so on and so forth. And you are a foreigner and some rabble, so not to be a bastard about it, but yeah, that's how it would be viewed. So,
No, I understood. That's why he's not being his normal charming self, uh, other than where it's useful. So,
actually, you know what? Not for Leandrin, because Leandrin has seen cities, has seen castles before in her travels. You, on the other hand, Hammer, this is the densest concentration of population you've ever seen. There's at least 600 to 700 people that
mm-hmm.
live in this castle, not counting the forces on the walls and the forces you saw outside on this side that belong to the castle. So maybe like close to 1,000 people live in this. Where you come from, even where you originally come from, population was only like 300 to 400. Cheese Wheel only had a
Mm-hmm.
population of roughly 200 and something, close to 300, but not quite.
So,
Uh,
um, Hammer is proficient with mason's tools, smith's tools, and carver's tools, because he's had to in the course of building the mine and knowing what to do. Looking around, does it look like this is a well built city? Do I see anything that looks a little bit
well,
shabby or that's
it's a maintained
okay?
castle. It's it decently stands. They could definitely, uh, they can
Pretty.
definitely maintain the siege that's going on for a while. You're not sure how long they can hold out, but guaranteed they have decent stores
Well,
with
and
food.
he's not looking. He doesn't care about the siege. The siege is incidental to Hammer.
Right.
So,
Well, the castle itself, it looks well built, and like I said, maintained. So, things for the most part are going like clockwork. Uh, to a certain degree. I mean, there's a lot of nervousness. There's a lot of uh, people are looking a little on edge.
mm-hmm.
You even a lot of people kind of as you're walking to where this guy's talking about. Um, you people are kind of like just watching you walk past and whispers to each other, things like that. You kind of go through the streets and everything. Normally, more than likely, it wouldn't even be as bad, but they are under siege.
Right.
So, you would get into um, to where a little bit close to where he's leading, and this is a couple of stories taller than the. I'm just trying to highlight it. This would be almost everything you're looking at. It's like 2 stories, uh, except for the towers, like the round ones and things like that. Those are like you know, what, 4, 5 stories.
Hmm.
There are minstrels attempting to play and and things like that. Just trying to keep the town somewhat light. You can hear a little bit of music coming from the main Castella, which is where you'd see the main portion. It's like 3, 4 stories itself. It's what the rest of it proper, and it's this building here that it's kind of put a line through. It's where you're being kind of taken after going past the square and what have you. Um, yeah, once inside, you kind of get led to this kind of meeting landing, uh, where you just kind of sit for a few minutes after this guy wanders off with these 4 pikemen. Don't say anything to you; they just kind of stare at you. There's a couple of other people, like either castle officials or something, also in this kind of landing that have lead offs to either side. It's decently furnished. It's got torch sconces kind of hanging everywhere. Regular castle kind of furnishings. Um, there are a couple of casted looks your way, given your odd party, including a dog. Um, So a couple of more guards come walking up, more pikemen to join the 4 pikemen that are already around you to make an accompaniment of 8 now.
Mhm.
They're like, "We're sorry, ma'am, but the animal must remain here on the landing. We're not allowed within the main hall."
Okay.
Who's a good dog, Lemon? Who's a good dog?
So I lean over to her and I just pretty much say to her like, "Don't want trouble," and just pet her and just be like, "Stay right here. Don't move for anybody except for any one of us."
All right, just
Unless you need to pee. I mean, no, I'm just kidding.
all right. So she'd sit, whimper a little bit, but
I know. I'm sorry. Sorry. I'm just.
oh no, you're good. You're good. So the 3 of you are led in, and it is a long, just basically a long hall. It's got a few pillars holding it up, and it is roughly uh, about 60 feet long, and you have a dais where there are 2 throne chairs sitting. One is empty, and the other has a woman in somewhat of a wheat themed uh, masterwork dress on. So it's got a lot of golden colors and wheat patterns scrolled into it. One thing you would notice immediately about her, she's not directly one, and this is very, very rare to see, but she is a half elf. How? Phone started going off. Sorry. So yeah, so she sits there. You'd see, you know, photos and or not photos. Sorry, not photos, paintings and whatnot of the Lord, and he looked totally human, uh, and everything. But the music would stop once you guys enter as well, and everything, and they just kind of sit and whatnot. And the man who had talked to you before is also standing somewhat nearby. There are also guards, um, well, not also, but the guards that followed you in go back to where they were standing before, which is one for each pillar on each side. And you would see a long red carpet that ends kind of about 10 feet away from the dais where the thrones are. Um, yeah, and then there is a man, he's like, the requested miners are here. Even though
Really?
you've walked in, he announces, and
And
then
Hammer bows, and I'm sure that Halfbeard burps or something. So
Were there doors that entered into this place?
yes,
So I'm assuming they're closed behind us and I can't see Lemon.
Yes.
Fuck.
They would close them after you guys start walking up the
Right.
cart,
I just.
typically. So they close the doors.
Right.
Uh,
I just want to keep her in
the band,
eyesight, but at the same time, I know I can't.
or the bar, or the accompaniment of minstrels lead off the side door that is in this hall. Um, and so the castellan stands on one side, and then this man who just announced you walks over to the opposing side of the dais, and they just kind of stand there until you get to the end of this carpet. And he points and he's just like, the Lady Moonflower.
Um, along
Yeah.
with Hammer, I do my thing of bowing or curts. To be curtsy for. Anyway, I'm
She would,
assuming it'd be a curtsy since I'm a lady, but
she would, you know, give you a bow, or a slight nod when you guys bow. She gesture with her hand. You can basically, it's not like an at ease, but like you can, basically relax. She,
essentially at ease.
mhm. She's like, I certainly appreciate you visiting, or not visiting, but you coming to my request. I know it seems a bit odd and out of place, but I heard that you had information about Cheese Wheel,
Well,
and that you, even now, within the hall, and she looks at her guards, uh, carry magical items on you.
I don't know about
I rolled
that.
a
Okay.
critical black guard when he looked you guys over, so
Damn
he's
it.
like, "Oh shit, they've got magic on them."
Okay.
Can I see if she's angry about this
She
or
doesn't appear to be. No, she seems more inquisitive. Um,
that we, especially that we gave up our weapons, but we didn't give up our magic? Well, does she know that we have the magic wands on us?
Yes.
yeah, she's
So
like, "You carry magical items."
Well, yeah.
Hammer pulls it out, and he's like, "We don't mean any harm. We're
Put their
just trying to
hand
figure
up,
these out."
so the guards stay where they're at when you do that, but they almost all point their pikes out, but they stop.
So he just pulls it out on top of his beard. So there's this red wand that's just sticking out. It's all weird and stuff like that. I'm not gonna use it. Like, I know how you guys feel about us dwarves, and yeah.
I just show my. This sounds really sexual, but I don't mean it. I'm gonna show my leg where the holster is. I'm not gonna pull it out of the holster.
So
Right.
Just
we
to show, yes, I have the amber wand. But I'm not taking it off my person, so they don't have to worry. If that makes sense.
Right.
we've been trying to find more information about these, but pretty much no one has ever, no one that we trust or know has ever even heard of this. And like I said, we talked to a few people, not very many. This is out of character, by the way. We talked to a few people, but nobody seemed to know anything about it. There were these really weird, like, performers that came through, and I tell them in the story about how they showed us like um, this really weird play, and Hammer wasn't paying attention to most of it because it was too early, and he wasn't really hungover, but it was kind of uh, didn't really interest him until the fire started. So,
Hmm.
so do you remember anything other than that, Leandrin? This one was in his bed, asleep, sleeping off the night before.
He
And
just kind of smiles a little bit and shrugs.
But
I'll
can you tell
I'll
us anything more about this, milady? Go ahead.
No, I was hoping you would have information on what happened with Cheese, Will. And
Leanne.
being as I heard you were from,
Hmm.
and the fact that you were carrying magical items. But interesting that you bring up this group because that is what some of this mess is about. I don't know what's exactly at the bottom of it, but we have been blamed for being in some kind of league with said individuals. Apparently, there was another incident in East Marsh involving the same mysterious group of performers you speak of. Not the exact same, but group of
Right.
How was
performers.
that town destroyed?
Right.
I'm guessing one town that we
Oh
passed by was pretty close to what looked
no,
like
they were ran out of town
hmm.
before they could complete whatever they're doing, but it did not stop them from causing issues nearby, which has caused problems out there. Or this is what I've heard. This is the story I was told. We did entertain a crowd of travelers like this, as I am informed, though I did not see them. They didn't put on a big show. They were just traveling through
If I may, when did the others take place?
weeks ago. Over a
Approximately same amount of
over a
weeks as
fortnight, which
About the
means two
same
weeks.
time as what ours was. It was a coordinated effort, and it's not against one kingdom. It looks like if other people are blaming us.
Yes, but the Lord of the Border Castle in East Marsh is using this
Hmm.
as disinformation to, for whatever the actual reason and motivation is, to besiege my castle. I am the one blamed for hosting them, and so this has caused incidents. They have shown up believing that they are on some kind of righteous errand to stop whatever the hell is going on that's happening out there that's causing all their problems. It's cursed or something. The information is vague because I believe they've also been interfering with our pigeons and correspondence. We have sent word to the rest of the Kingdom of Midland, but it appears we've received no reply of the siege, and this has been going on for 4 days. We have yet to get a pigeon back. We should have gotten something back by now. Or
So
at very least reinforcements. I have a little over half, or a little under half of my forces outside the wall, and many manning it, but they do outnumber us because he gathered forces for his entire lorddom. This would normally be considered almost an act of war, and he would be looked at, but yet no reply. I suspect sabotage. Because of course,
we
honestly,
saw
none of
your own people torturing bards and messengers,
hmm,
and in fact,
you mean
they
down to the south where this?
in in
lily
Lilypad
pad?
in
Just
Lilypad on the road to Lilypad to and from there were people on there were a bunch of messengers, bards, and anyone who didn't look like they were from Lilypad were
She
pretty
seems
much
disturbed by
boiled
this, but she
alive.
remains composed at that information. So, mm,
Lilypad was experiencing, and he's was experiencing an issue as we were going by, that there was this huge cloud with or fog that if anyone went in, nobody came out.
some more curses. I see. And so you believe that this is all related to this
Well,
bizarre group of performers.
well,
absolutely.
I and my miners we're trying to figure out what's going on here, and we want revenge. So we hired this Leandrin to read for us what's going on, so we can try to stop it.
She quirks an eyebrow at that revenge. Well, it seems that some of our goals somewhat align, but I'm not saying that what is happening here is directly your charge or problem. I merely wish to gather as much information from you as I could. You've been very handy in this.
And
Get information
milady,
from
I
others.
I don't mean any disrespect, but do we really need this many for a dwarf? Well, two dwarfs, one of which is half burned to death, and an elf, for Christ's sake.
Um, the Castellan is just like, mind your mouth.
I'm sorry, I didn't grow up in a castle.
No, but you are aware of the word manners. You are in the presence
What
of a
are those?
lady. You will do well to keep your comments short as your stature.
Okay, that one's one I've heard before many a time. Thank you for the joke.
That's also
I'm
a word.
talking. The grown-ups are talking here, lady.
He would just like groan at that. He's just like, I can have you removed,
Yeah,
and
but
the conversation can continue without you. She's
Smack
like,
him.
enough, both of you. We do not have time for childishness from either side. And she'd look at you and him. There are greater things afoot. So you believe these objects have something to do with it, or what you
yes,
carry is just
as soon
unrelated?
as soon as we defeated their holders, it seemed like uh, the incident stopped and the children were safe. As soon as that all happened, the magic fuckery seemed to end. Pardon my language,
He would
lady.
kind of like quirk an eyebrow when you say that at her. She'd look at you, Leandrin, and she would speak in Elven.
Okay.
Ha 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 ha. Just kidding.
She
That
was
was
just
me. That was
like,
Niall.
what?
Go ahead. Sorry.
She's just like, I need more of a longer perspective on all of this. After you give
Right.
me your take on this, I will not hold you in charge for anything further. I only merely seek information. If you wish to be on your way, I will let you, but your information and if those objects have anything to do with it could be handy within mine. You see, part of what spurns
Damn it.
their action to the castle is also my, well, heritage. It was frowned upon. So there's already distrust there, and I feel that the Lord of Eastmarsh, well, not the Lord of Eastmarsh, apologies, the Lord of the Border Castle is using this as some kind of excuse to compile upon the misfortunes of this cult. I don't know if they're directly involved with one another, or this is some grander plan for war or takeover. I just simply do not know enough,
Right.
and I need an
I,
outsider's perspective.
of course, and I relay some of the things that Hammer, also speaking in Elven because
Mm.
she started it. Um,
Yeah.
um, letting her know like the context behind because he wasn't paying attention, the context behind the performance
Mm.
in the and kind of what happened. I don't know if he described like the square that the whole of how we got the two ones that we showed. I did not show the blue one.
Mm.
Which is smart.
But going from my perspective, I would have relayed of the fact of I don't know how I want to word this. Sorry. Um, at this point I was simply wrong place, wrong time, so to speak. Happened to be there wanting to, of course I'm so far away from home enough as it is.
Hmm.
I I allowed myself to get roped in and wanting to investigate what was going on with this as well. I merely am here for information, and these dwarves are that I am with, I apologize for their candor.
I'm somewhat used to dwarven behavior. She says an elven
I
slur.
understand that, but I still apologize, and I will smack him over the head later. No, I'm just kidding.
No, that's fine. He'll enjoy it.
It's partially, never mind. Partially why I'm kidding. um, in any case, they say they are here for revenge, and I'm sure they are, but I merely keep them in my company to as what's the word I'm looking for? Um, gosh, words are hard today. I'm sorry.
Retainers.
Uh, let's just say I probably would have been dead by now the past 2 weeks if it weren't for them.
Hmm.
So it's been handy.
And well, perhaps there's a sign of something. She seems to ponder for a moment, and she's just like, I believe it is because I also know some spell working that this has also been levied against me. All these things combined, you understand. But I still don't know the true motivations behind it. It could
Of
simply
course.
just be that. But I feel there is more, and I do
Absolutely.
not know if the cult is related or not. If it is,
I am
then
listening.
it would explain all the bizarre events if this is some kind of takeover, weaken us from within by sabotaging with curses, I guess, as it were.
I'm
Hmm.
assuming this is all still in Elven.
Yeah, it's all still in Elven at the moment. So she'd kind of
Okay.
ponder on that, and she's like, well, you've given me a lot to think upon.
If I
Thank you.
may,
Hmm.
if I may, first of all, hold on. Sorry, I have food.
Oh,
No,
If I may, first of all, if you have a library, books of sorts, that I could use to potentially gather information, may I use that?
yes. We do have a decent library here within the Castella, but we also have scroll repository also within the castle as well.
Thank you. And second, may I propose how sorry, trying to think of how I want to word this as well. Sorry, this is me above the game. Um
I'm
letting us be your eyes and ears on this matter.
hmm.
We not very many people may understand that we are
sorry.
necessarily working for you or with you, but just let us help is I guess what I'm trying to say.
Well, there's um, uh, unexpected, but investigation into why the Lord of the Border is attempting this,
Correct.
would be, well, obviously very helpful to prevent bloodshed of any kind. But we cannot hold out with this siege for much longer without it at least coming to some kind of violence. Not that we are not set to withhold them for quite some time, but they are interrupting the entire flow of these roads, trade, and information, which is only going to cause problems further outward. It ripples out like a pebble in a pond.
Another reason
I'm
why
more
I propose
Hmm.
us assisting you. Not
Yes.
People may not necessarily believe that we are working with you.
No, they would not suspect at all. Interestingly enough, I'm most deeply concerned with these curse events, these
Absolutely.
dread magics. I would rather, if anything, above anything, if you have any further information on that that you can find, bring it back to me, or we can attempt to solve it. Only secondary would this lord's business and motivations be of interest to me, unless they are directly related. As I said, I do not have enough information to know if he is part of this weird group, if he's using this group, or if they even are aware of each other or not. This could all be just use of the situation for his own motivations. I have no idea.
Right. I have
Then
read.
she
Sorry.
went back to Common. She's like, very well. I accept your offer of assistance. And she'd snap her fingers. So wait, half Beard is like, wait, what?
What?
Did I just miss something?
I'm
Assistance.
pretty sure we did. The the elf's up to her fuckery again. It's fine. Hasn't been a
Just
bad
like,
thing for us yet.
like, just saying that.
I'm just rolling my eyes and like looking at her like I said, I'm sorry. I know you're used to it, but
Yes, well, as witnessed by the individuals here, you have offered to lend assistance to your kingdom of Midland and the castle, Goldenflex. I have given them permission to have agency in this parlay. Then they, the castle and the other guy, they write this down and stuff. And she's just like, well, continue about however it was you were investigating beforehand. I've given you all the useful information that I can upon the situation. It appears you gain results by doing it however you were doing before. I will attempt to send aid to Lilypad, but it'll be difficult to dispatch any kind of force from the castle. I need every able body here to maintain a peaceful siege.
correct.
Go in safety and know that you will be rewarded upon any success.
Hmm.
And you
Thank you.
have my permission and access to the libraries. Message will be sent to my maester, who is already combing over the books.
Thank you. And also, if I may ask one more, when we may return, she is may my dog come in here with us. She is very polite. She is waiting out there currently.
Interesting. I do not see that being an issue in the rest of the castle. Though you might have to smooth it over a little with the maester. I'm sure he's be very particular about an animal being in there with his books and scrolls.
I understand. She's been through a lot, and we have, well, adopted each other.
Hmm. She's like, I only know somewhat of the deeper animal bonds uh, between Sylvan and animal. I well, only experience things to a lesser degree, given my well, my birth. But I appreciate the assistance nonetheless, and it is warming to speak to one of my kind.
I bow my head in agreement.
Oh, someone not from our kind, but she means someone
I
from
I
the
understand.
the culture.
Right. Yeah.
She's like, I deal so much with just the one side of it. It is refreshing to get that perspective. And again, I appreciate your assistance. You did not have to volunteer yourselves for this, and that is noted. Thank you again. But she would,
I can only imagine what's going through Amber's mind right now.
See, half beard, just have to talk to him right.
start whatever the hell that was, weird sounding gibberish.
Yeah. That's why we pay her. We do
Oh,
pay
you
her, right?
No.
Oh, damn.
He
Gotta
kind
be
of
And
knuckles. I don't remember saying anything about that. I thought we were
Any-
sharing stuff.
Okay, so I'm assuming the conversation with the lady is finished and we are on our way out.
Yeah, they would. You'd have Gardas escort you outward to that kind of more main area, and it's got a little four-way offshoot. One's the lady
I'm assuming Lemon's there and
yeah.
fine.
Dewey
Okay.
Decimal System. Not going to be a thing there. So.
And when we're out of, like, I would like to, when we're out of the hall, kind of out of earshot of people.
Oh, if you so just going down the hall to where they would have handed you that piece of note, that missive that basically is your permission slip, as it
Right.
were, to be
Permission
moving through
slip.
the castle.
I will hold on to that if you do not mind.
That's probably for the best. I'm not so good at paper.
So I try to get these. There's only 3 of us, right? 4 including Lemon.
Yeah, Hammerfist is
Right.
Guarding the
thing.
keg
Yeah, he's with the goats in the cart.
and the keg.
I relay to Hammer and Fist of Stone.
I'm sorry, I barely got started up there when you guys got back.
I relay to you guys what was spoken in Elvish
Okay.
and why all of a sudden our services, that I offered our services, and I'm explaining. Well,
What
I
kind
don't
of
know.
services? What did we just agree to?
We're going to investigate the other kingdom.
we're
Sounds like
going.
we're going east. Go ahead.
But
Wait,
what
I
does
know.
this got to do with our
simply,
revenge?
I simply said that. That way, she doesn't have. So we don't have. It's one less group of people.
That wants to kill us.
Well, that would potentially want to kill us, or that would potentially stand in our way of investigating what this is. And I know for you guys, it's much more personal. So, that's why I had offered our services the way I did.
So in a weird roundabout way, doing them a favor is going to get us closer to revenge.
Essentially, yes.
I mean, I was wondering because I don't mind heading to the north and checking out all these other dangerous holes with wands in them, but I was starting to wonder when we were going to look into the actual group of assholes. I guess it is kind of related.
Well, I would assume so, because one thing has led us to another, and we may have to, unfortunately, see this thing through before we get. Yes.
She's gonna be staring at paper for a bit.
Well, there is that.
Yeah, hold on a minute. I'll be right back.
Okay. So how are you today, Aaron? I mean, Aaron.
I'm good. I'm a little tired,
That.
as you could probably tell.
Been there, done that.
Hope you don't mind me offering our services like that.
Oh, that's fine. I've been
But
doing
it got
I've been talking a lot and doing a lot of dumb things. You might as well do a smart thing, right?
Yes. Sure. I am checking my emails because I can.
Oh my gosh, the constant check of emails for work. I'm happy that when I have the weekends off that I don't check my emails as often, which is terrible.
These are my personal ones, so
Oh yeah.
no way am I checking my work emails.
Oh yeah.
There wouldn't be any work emails anyway. It's the weekend,
Yeah,
so
that is true.
the state is only open
Monday through
Monday
Friday.
through Friday. Well, at least the DMV.
Yeah.
And
You okay? Oh, okay.
I decided it was a good idea to inhale some water. It's
Ah,
fine.
sounds like a good plan. How'd it turn out for you?
Sorry, I muted myself so you didn't have to hear me coughing.
It's okay. I just hope that everything's all right with uni.
Right. Ugh.
Hey, and this is the first time that I haven't had any issues where my stream went down randomly.
Yay.
So, progress. I probably should knock on wood.
Pardon me. I hope things are okay.
Me too. When he gets back, we've been at it for 2 hours. We should probably take a break anyway. So.
Dang it.
What's going on? Just the cough?
Just still coughing.
Mm. Sounds like some motion in his room.
Dang it! Stop it. Maybe? I'm randomly looking through the Steam store, and I came across, because I've been playing a lot of like those simulator like house flipping game. One of the things that popped up for me was where was it? What was it called? Weed Shop 3. So apparently you can have your own weed shop and sell it on the market.
I believe I've heard of that one before.
And I'm like, okay, why? But I guess there's a game for everything these days.
There is.
Employ local stoners. Okay. Wow. Now I'm just reading through the page. Oh, that's funny.
Yeah, sorry about that. Had a leak issue.
Oh no.
No,
A
That's
leak?
bad.
yeah,
Scary.
it's one of the cooling units has kind of got a filter problem. So,
Fun.
oh yeah. Right. Let's see. Okay, yeah. So, I don't know. You would have gone down the hall, I guess, having this discussion, and basically get to the library.
Yes, please.
Well, there's a man in there, um, and it'd still be in the building where the line is, perspectively. All of this is still within the building. I put like that weird blue line on. They have like a scroll repository, like also in town, but this is where the castle's records and library is. So yeah. Anyway, you guys would kind of enter, and he'd just be like, "If it's lunch, just set it over there." And he's just looking over some scrolls and books, not even looking when the door opens, just kind of waving his hand.
Okay, but he doesn't like to be set down hard.
What? He like turns around. Uh, oh. Well, what's all this?
I
We're here to let the elf look at books and stare at paper for a few hours.
oh my gosh.
He looks just like, but what? Who the hell are you?
I excuse me. My name is Leandrin, and I hand him the note that, or I show him the note that the lady gave
He
me, and
looks at
it's
it a
like I
little
would like to do some
closer.
research.
Mm. Oh. Hmm. I mean, he looks down at the dog. Mm.
Dog's
She's.
important. She's gonna sniff out the right book.
I promise you, she will not
He looks over
destroy
at you.
anything.
Uh, right. So you're on behest of the castle searching for information. Okay. Says here you're. So you're looking at the weirdo group as well. Well, I've been pulling
Yes.
out books and things like that. I'm trying to comb over things, but
We're looking
yes.
for old stories about the sun.
I mean, you know how many of those there are? Pretty generic, especially for the simple-minded.
Well, we're supposed to be looking for specifically for the place over next to Cheese Will. Go ahead.
Nope, you're good. Just
He just like
I
quirks
kind of
his
lean over
head.
and be like, I can handle it. From I hold on. So I yes, I am looking for specific books on certain things and runes. Do you have anything like that?
Well, I'm
Runes,
not a
right?
wizard or anything like that, but we have alphabet scrollings and things like that scattered throughout. And he points at some shelves and everything. There's some scrolls, and then of course there is the, you know, literal records,
Okay.
Legion records. It's contained within some tomes and stuff. Where he points at different piles. And the surveys. I've been going over those here and here. Arrest records over there. See if there's been anything, any reports or battle reports, anything that involved anything like this over the last couple of years. That's where I started, but apparently you've got some kind of trail to go on. So yes, those are the places you can start looking. Only, please, with I'm not expecting you to be completely clean, but do mind you that some of this paper is old and most of it is paper. He looks at the dwarves, and only those who can actually read should be handling the equipment, or not the equipment, the.
Books are equipment.
Well,
They're a form of equipment.
he looks around and everything. Mm, yeah,
Hammer is blissfully ignorant as to what he was talking about.
right.
Don't touch the books.
Got it. Didn't want to anyway.
Hmm. And he just kind of, he's like, well, good luck. I mean, if uh, find anything of relevance, I guess let me know, or not. I really don't know
There we
exactly
go.
what
That angle's better
your.
for a dwarf, right?
Sure. Um, um,
So does that mean I
he.
should be like this?
Yes, please.
Um, he would be like, oh, all right. I guess we. I don't know the exact nature of why you're here, so if we are to collab, let me know. But if not, well, just try to leave it as you found it, or at least somewhat of a decent pile when you're done. And he goes back to what he's doing.
Fair enough. Thank you. So I'm gonna start.
So why are there runes on this block of wood? And it's like an ABC block for kids or something. I don't know. Just kidding.
I'm gonna
Oh.
start with like one of the. I don't know where to start. It's not a library or a place I'm familiar with, so.
It's literally a bunch of shelves lining 3 walls with scrolls and books on them,
Right.
and a couple of desks with writing stuff and a bunch of books and scrolls sprawled out over them.
I'll look into one of the piles that he's kind of already started. He said he started to see if there's anything of interest or anything that pops out for familiarity about this. What's been going on?
Okay.
Another friend that Marcus would be handy.
Right. So what do you want to roll? Are you looking at investigation? Are you trying to go what you do know in skills like nature or something like that, like surveys or anything? What?
Mm,
Or do you want to do just
well,
like a generic investigation roll, basically,
right.
and see if you stumble across anything?
Let's start with just a generic investigation. Let's
Okay.
see what I could just. Yeah. Are you fucking kidding me?
What happened?
3.
All right, it's a bunch of boring records. Literally of like, oh, stop some bandits up the road, this date, and blah blah. This legal issue happened this date involving blah blah. It was handled blah blah. Like it literally just basically the recounting of the last few years of business as usual.
Right.
Hammer goes looking for runes that look like the one that it's on his wand. Short of doing
You
any
mean on
kind of
anything that's sprawled out already? If you literally go to touch any of it with your
no,
hands,
he's looking with his eyes.
the guy will be like, "Stop!"
Okay, so he's just gonna do a wisdom check, looking for things, and 13. Probably not good enough.
You would see one, and it's literally like it wouldn't necessarily be identical either, but very close to like one of the symbols, and it would be pertaining to one of the seasons.
I don't know what it says. I'll just say, hey, this looks like one of the runes that we were looking for.
I look at it. Does it look like one of the runes?
It's close. Like it could be an adaptation of. It's that close. And it's literally just a symbol marker, um, for basically a calendar wheel.
Okay. And that's on a book or in a book
Yeah,
that's
it's on
already
like
been open?
yeah, it's on a scroll that's out. It looks like it's literally a season marker. So they could have gotten the symbol from, you know, let me see how old this thing is. Pretty decently old actually. By how much? How much? Oh wow, shit. Okay. This thing is like it's a seasonal wheel that's out of date. This particular thing, it's only partially unrolled, but it's 100-year old
Oh,
season wheel. So it looks like there was actually more Elven involved in it further back,
goody.
on this calendar wheel, but it's not. Other than that, it's literally just a calendar wheel denoting seasons.
Hammer
And
breaks up the jerky a little bit and shows Lemon the jerky, and he says, "Anything smell like this?" And he takes the wand and lets Lemon smell the wand, and he throws a little piece of jerky at Lemon to see if she takes it. Or he?
I
Is
don't
Lemon
think
a he
there'll
or a
be.
she?
She.
Okay.
I don't
She.
think there'll be anything that will smell like the wand in here. It's literally just like books and stuff.
I'm reaching, okay?
Okay,
Um,
so I have an idea. In looking at that, Do I sense anything? Feel anything?
It's not
Anywhere?
magical, no, but like I said, it is elven influenced. So there's a lot more use of elven culture. It seems like further back, which is odd. This is a human kingdom, but she is a half elf, so maybe there's like when it comes to that, I'm not saying it's directly related. It's just more where this came from. It looks like there was more use of your language 100 years ago than up to currently now, where it's pretty much non-existent. Um, but it
Okay.
is again. There's another relation to the seasons that they were talking about. So it looks like it borrowed whatever this group is about. It borrowed some lore or reinterpreted some lore from your guys' seasonal lore. It's not necessarily anything new,
Stuff I already knew
unfortunately,
about, pretty
but
much.
for the most part, yeah. But there's more evidence that's being like, oh, this is more borrowed lore that has to do with the seasons. So this, you know, uh,
Can I open it more? And
oh sure, yeah. Like I said, it's just a calendar scroll, it's a calendar wheel.
oh,
Uh, oh, hi, buddy.
okay. Well, I'm just trying to debate whether or not I should like look at it further to see if it's just a calendar or I'm just like I'm wasting my time with it.
Uh, the I did not know. Oh yeah. Mm. Yeah, sorry about.
You're fine. So I actually want to kind of not necessarily take out the amber wand, but at least like I'm gonna try something I'm reaching myself.
Hmm.
Um, I would like to kind of like reveal the wand into the room, if that makes sense,
Okay.
and see. Or actually, you know what? Fuck it. I'll take the wand slowly out because I'm assuming the guy in the library is not paying attention to us anymore. He's doing his own thing. I want to hold out the wand and see if it does anything on the books, on the wand, if it glows, if something glows. Does that make sense?
Yeah. It doesn't. There doesn't appear to be any magical anything going on. This is just an ancient, or not ancient, but old ass calendar. It's just a small.
Well, I meant like in the room in general, not on the calendar.
Oh. There isn't really anything magical or anything in here at all.
Okay.
This is literally just like records and things like that. Is more your generic information kind of play. Like basically where they
To reach.
stow the lorddom's information.
Okay. It's like I said, it's a reach, but
Right. When you do that, though, the maester is just like, creator's beard. What the hell? Like when you do, it, you're like,
I'm being very sure not to point it at anyone, just books.
oh,
Or
keep the keep the damn sorcerers to a minimum in here. This is parchment after all.
uh,
Highly flammable.
of course, and I just put the wand back, not
But
thinking he saw me.
I didn't realize that you had magic directly involved in your investigations. I could perhaps point you to somebody. I do know
Okay.
well,
Sh-
a court. Well, not court, but it would be court, but not in like, oh, judge's court, like more speaking old school terms. A court, court allowed wizard.
Who'd have thought this guy could actually be useful? And Hammer turns to half
He
beard.
turns and looks at you, and he's just like, "Yes, cute, coming from the one who can't read." Go back to looking at you, Leandre, and he's like, "For those of us of the higher aptitudes and are even cognitively capable of magic, yes, I can direct you to where he's at. He mainly runs the apothecary here within.
okay.
It's literally the only apothecary here that has actual potions for purchase.
The
he
next
might be of some assistance.
Sounds good. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Mm. Mm.
the next short
Uh,
joke, I'm gonna start
Mr.
cutting people's legs like trees. Just kidding.
Such a dwarven response when you say that. Halfbeard's just like, I'm really not liking this guy's tone.
Okay. Well, if there's nothing else of my interest or anything else that I've necessarily seen, we can go, and we probably should go to an apothecary to maybe stock up on some things too, but two birds, one stone
Mm.
type of. Go ahead.
So, as we're out and about, can I ask the guards if we can go purchase things, or are they're under siege, so they probably don't want to sell
You're
food?
allowed movement within the castle proper, so you can move anywhere that isn't a military or official office.
Okay.
So yes, you can go about the castles in.
Okay. So if there's any vendors, I'm guessing that the food has a markup. So probably
does.
not. We don't want to do any provisioning here because it's going to have a markup because of the siege. So
Probably.
we'll.
But it doesn't hurt to look. Does it?
Is there any like porridge or pottage that's reasonably priced that we see on along the way?
Oh, what you mean? Just like meal for the day,
Yeah,
or
like
you?
meal because we're hungry and all that we have along with us is a bit of
Normally, like a standard meal is generally like a copper most
okay.
of the time. But given what's going on, they're asking 5. Yeah, it's pretty
They're at
cool, buddy.
well
They're asking.
five
Uh,
five
let me
copper.
see. Let's see how much of a markup has happened. So they're asking for 3 copper a bowl instead of your regular.
Oh no.
Understandable, makes sense. Given the circumstances, but I I'm thinking that
You
what
add that up,
would
it's,
Halfbeard be
feeding 3 people
grumbling
is
about it?
almost 30 rupees. That's expensive.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So 6 copper. I'm gonna pay for 9 copper. I'll pay for me, the elf and half beard. So
All right. So you guys basically stop and have some lunch.
yeah,
Yeah. And
Right.
then yeah, and then you'll just be
I don't.
heading to no, let's change the color so it's not confusing. I'm gonna say the apothecary's situation, his building, so it's a full-on shop, is located where this yellow is.
Okay.
Okay.
We make our way there.
While we're there, we ask. Hammer says, "Hey, we heard about this one guy that might know some things. What do you know about him?" And he
What you
asks
mean
the
along
shop.
the way?
No, the shopkeep.
Oh,
Whoever
you
is
get
dishing up
to
the
the
food.
apothecary?
Yeah.
Yeah. There's a balding man whose hair that's on either side of his head kind of seems to not like a clown's, but sticks out in frays.
Mm-hmm.
And he's got spectacles on with an extra lens sticking off of the one side. He's wearing a what seems to be chemically stained like apron and gloves.
Mm-hmm.
And there would be a lot of odd smells, some aromatic, some not so much, depending on where you're standing in the shop. But the smells vary. But you'd see different bottles of different liquids and stuff.
Oh.
Now you know definitely seen potions a little bit in some stores. This is a
So
store.
Hammer was trying to get
Oh.
information from the person that we were purchasing the food from
Oh, you're
about
just like,
like
yeah,
the disposition of this guy.
that I don't know. He's a moderately decent man, I guess. A little strange.
Perfect. Hammer gives him another 2 copper for the information.
Hmm. All right. Well, thank you. Yeah.
Does that does having lunch count as like a short rest or anything? So we can like heal up?
Oh well, you
'Cause
guys already
would've-
traveled a day, so
Oh, okay.
healed by your con modifier,
Yeah.
and that's it.
So I'm back
You do
to
not have a
full.
Constitution modifier. Minimum is you heal a point a day
So I'm back to full.
without assisted magical what have yous
Mm-hmm.
or clerical.
Do
or
I have to
whatever.
roll anything or just go by the con?
Nope, that's just your Constitution bonus.
So plus
plus
2, bitches.
Okay, so
Sorry.
that's 3 health for you, because it's a base of 1, so it's con modifier plus.
Oh.
So you've healed 3.
Oh, okay. Heal.
I healed 4, and I'm back to full.
I'm
Alright.
not back to full yet.
Your injuries, I mean, would definitely still look fresh. They're only a couple of days old.
Oh, yeah.
But that's another reason why people keep giving you, you know, the odd look. And that guard noticed, like, when you guys came up, yeah, you look like just a traveling group of miners, but you have weird injuries. And because of the critical you rolled, you had bizarre injuries, weapons, and magical items on you. You guys were kind of sus at first.
We're adventurers, clearly.
And those aren't full on commonplace. They happen periodically. You hear stories and stuff like that. None of you have ever met an adventurer, but you hear about them periodically.
Mm-hmm.
There's even one, if you guys remember, in the performance. There's a mention of a group of adventurers 10 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
The Mighty Nine? No, I'm just kidding.
No.
I'm kidding. I'm totally kidding. Sorry.
So yeah, you get to the apothecaries. Like I said, the weird man that I described before, there's a lot of different herbs, bizarre ingredients in jars, and things like that, either hanging from roofs or sitting on shelves. Some of them are small animals in cages that aren't dead, are all like organized and what have you, but still all over the place in this building. And I have some back rooms where probably the actual brewing is going on, as you see odd smokes and colors from back there. But he is up at his counter going over something. Yes. Please mind not actually touching any of the bottles until you are ready for purchase.
Okay. Well, first, I'd like. How much would 3 healing potions cost me?
Let me see. I actually got to crack my little book here open for going rates. It is.
This is the very first apothecary we've run into, so I'm buying healing potions for me.
Yeah, full blown apothecary. Yeah.
So.
Where the hell?
I know we have other business, but like this is pressing business for me. So.
Now, normally I do not go off of the direct prices on the D&D list, given how the world here works, with the exception of a few items.
5e items. If we're going,
let's see, potions. I've got a list here. So he's like, potions run anywhere between 10 to 20 gold normally.
Gold. Okay.
Healing potions. Let me see if he's even got any, because they are at Siege. It might have been all requisitioned for the army. Probability dice. Let's see. Oh. He's just like, yes, they've acquisitions, all of my healing potions. If you want one brewed, I require the ingredients,
Okay.
which I do not have any further in my stores.
It was worth a shot at the very least.
I do have other potions for sale, though.
Hmm.
Potions to stave off uh, various ailments and what have you. Boons or attributes,
Well,
physical.
we've got other things that are pressing for now, but
Hmm.
Elf Lady's
Interesting.
got something from the Elf Lady's got something to say.
Hey, hey, elf lady. Yeah. He looks at you. I assume that's not your name.
No, it's not. And I actually hit him from the back of the head that time. It's like, I do have a name, thank you.
Halfbeard would chuckle. That.
It's okay, Leandrin. We know your name.
He also tugs at you. Halfbeard would nudge you, Leandrin, and he's just like, "I'll just go ask him if he's got anything that fuck us up." He winks.
Be on your best behavior, and I'll think about it. um.
Yeah, I mean,
No, I'm just trying to think of like how to word things because Aaron
no,
doesn't
you're
know.
right.
No. So I'm assume would people know of what's been going on in the outside world, what we've talked to, like what happened in Cheese Wheel? I'm asking as me, as Aaron, not as Leandrin.
Um,
Would word maybe have gone around?
you think, well, somewhat, but it's not well traveled yet. It takes a minute for that kind of, even that kind of
Right.
information to circulate. It should have already been between all the castles, though. That's why she was mentioning, oh, there's got to be an issue with our messages being intercepted because
Right.
we're missing on information. We should have known about Cheesewell a lot sooner than we found out about Cheesewell, which was a few days before you arrived.
Right.
You know, like they should
I
have
just
known
don't want to accidentally
days
say
after it
something I
happened.
wasn't supposed to. Or...
Oh no, not necessarily, and it may not be full on noticeable by the populace entirely, but noticeably, people have been bitching about a shortage of dairy in any of the towns you've gone through
Right.
since you're traveling after a few days. So they're like, man, a lot of the cheese merchants, only like some of them are coming by now. We haven't like, yeah,
Haven't
cheese
heard.
isn't completely off the shelves or anything, but it has made a hit in all dairy in the area.
Right. Okay.
Which is, it's kind of boring topic between most people when you hear them bitching about it, but they are bitching about it. They're like, there's not as much cheese available and the prices have gone ridiculously up.
Right. Well, anyway.
I can't get a good pitcher of milk without it spending damn near a silver, you know, like stuff like that.
Gas prices have been at $5.
Has Rockbeard, Leandrin, or Halfbeard, sorry, Rockfist, or has anyone been milking our goats at all?
Let me check to see if either of them are female.
Okay.
I don't know.
One's a male. The other one's a female. So you have one, and no, nobody has thought of that because I didn't even think about that until you brought it up. So I'm going to say no.
Okay.
I didn't think about it until you brought it up.
Well,
okay.
Link would have been remembering to do it, but she did. So.
Oh man, I was going to say, yeah, got a side hustle of goat milk on your hands there.
Right.
Like I said.
Well, and I'm sure the female's just like, no. Anyway. So I talked to the apothecary.
Female might be knocked up by now. Again, who knows? Sorry.
And say that we were pointed in his direction from the man in, would we call that a library?
The Maester.
Maester.
Oh, Maxwell the Maester. Yes. Acquaintances. Oh, so this is, he leans in, official-like business then.
Certainly, yes.
Mm. He leaps from behind his counter, goes over and puts the closed sign and locks the door. Well, it's not like I'm getting much business the last couple of days anyway, so. Well,
Oh.
what is this all about then?
I show him the wand on my leg, getting leggy again. No, I'm just kidding.
He'd just be like, "Whew," and not in a sexual way. He might
No,
actually.
I.
Elves are attractive by default unless you specify otherwise. You're generally almost got superhuman attractive features to you. So he would
I'm in no
probably
way trying to
actually,
flirt or anything. I'm just showing
he'd
him the wand that's
still
on my leg.
probably quirk an eyebrow and give a look at your leg proper as well as you do, but he doesn't say
And I
anything.
just
He
roll
just
my eyes because I kind of just let it happen because I
Hmm.
just showed my leg, so I can't really get mad at that. Anyway,
Well,
go on.
may I hold it? Examine it. I'm not going to cast anything from it. I just want to see its composition.
Here,
Hey,
uh,
you have two of them.
yeah, and he
Ooh.
hands it.
I'm still not showing the blue one.
He hands it like you would hand a knife. He's
So
he's
kinda-
holding the pointy end. So
Turns it in his hands, looks at it.
it's ruby.
By the maker, this is
It's
literally a solid piece of ruby.
it's a high. I could have told you that it's a high grade ruby.
Hmm.
I take the amber one out of the holster on my leg. I hand it to him and then ask, would these potentially have made? I don't know if I would know this personally, but would this have potentially been made by the same maker?
Oh, yes. Maybe not by the same artisan's hands, but this. I cannot place the culture, unfortunately, for you, but this was made by the same group or civilization. It may not be the same crafter for all of the items, but
Is this
this
something
was definitely
Leandrin would
made.
know, or
Uh,
not
no,
necessarily?
not necessarily, no. He's like, no, this is from a culture. Yes, it's different materials, and the makes look slightly different. Maybe that's a theme of some kind.
Do you happen to know what culture?
No, I couldn't place the culture, but giving a look at this, some chemicals were involved in its shaping, but it was also shaped with magic.
Oh.
Damn, I couldn't give you an exact process. I'm not rolling great for this guy, unfortunately. He's like, but there we go, that's better. He's like, I can tell you this. Given its natural luminosity and these runes that appear to be on it, I may have. And he's looking at them. And he's like, one moment, I think I may have seen some of these before. And he goes into the back. You hear him digging around for a minute.
Did he take the wands with him?
No, he left them on the counter.
Okay.
He barely touched them. He just kind of with
I
his
just want to
gloved
make sure.
hand. With his gloved hands, he seemed very wary about even touching them. He just kind of examined them quickly and set them down. And again, when they're next to each other, those symbols glow. Not in the same way as they are when they're map marking, but they still kind of glow.
So when they're next, like we've never actually touched any of them together next to each other because I haven't thought of it. Does it do anything
No.
for them to be touching each other? Like
Say what?
Like we've never actually thought to have
them close to each other.
Close to each other. Like,
no, not really. No, you do know that they lit up near one another because you've seen that, but. Yeah. Now that it's been pointed out, it's like, oh. He would still, yeah, he's digging through the back, and he comes out, and he literally blows some dust off of the scroll and starts like, hold on a minute. It's the alphabet. Well, it's not alphabet, but they are symbols of measurements.
Yes.
But I do recall it also had something to do with.
One thing you should know: don't use them underwater.
What would that have to do anything with it?
Well, that's the one of the things that we figured out. Don't use them underwater.
That's, I've got to say, bizarre and seems uncharacteristic given what I've
Well,
examined these. But
Do
you
you
are the ones
see
who
this?
experienced them in
It's
the
not
field.
a sunburn. It's a boil. She boiled herself a little bit.
One moment, guys. I'll be right back with you again in a
Sorry.
minute. Sorry about the delays. I'll be right
Should
back.
we take a BRB, like a 10-minute BRB, or should we come back?
We can do a 10-minute real quick, and then
10
I'll
minute?
be right back. Yeah, I just got finished taking care of this real quick. It shouldn't take me too long. I should be back within 10 minutes.
Okay.
Okay.
I'm
Sorry
gonna go
about that.
wrap my teeth around a sandwich. So.
All right, sounds good. Sounds good. Be back momentarily.
Okay. And I'm just gonna set that up. Welcome back. Hello.
So he said he recognizes these. Um, he's like they're like magical equations, kind of to a certain degree. They're not directly, but he's like they can be used for that. Anyway, he rolls out this scroll. He's like, I thought I recognized him somewhere. This is he's like, then you pull them out and you'd see the like, yeah, there is a decent amount of those runes on this scroll that he has that you guys have seen before.
Mm-hmm.
The other places that you have scrolled down in your journal. Anyway, he's just like they're inscribed on, or they can be inscribed on things, and if used properly at the right seasons, it will brew different or make different alchemic results. So they are spell components, or at least that's what I thought they were. We found if these symbols are on these, they're definitely something else, and only thought of as spell components. Maybe some didn't fully understand them, but these aren't your normal magical items. These are to a degree. I'm not sure if that's even 100% what's going on with them. As I said, I've recognized the symbols, but the way that these symbols read out on this and how I use them, and they're intended to be used as for alchemies and certain spell enhancers. These, being on the wands that they are, causing such heavy spell effects and everything, indicates to me that the information I have is only half. This is the source of said information, more than likely, or this culture is responsible for this portion of information.
Hmm.
Now, I think, yes, this information I received directly from a master alchemist, but he is right outside the Five Kingdoms. If you go further east to the south of East Marsh, this is where I acquired this and some of my other rare information. The gnomes.
So what you're saying is a bunch of magic fuckery.
He quirks an eyebrow. To the late man, yes.
Okay. Does this mean anything to you, Leandrin? I don't know if she's... I can't hear you. Error. I don't know if she's back yet.
Oh no, it's not a map indicator. It's a.
Oh.
He's just saying where he got the information from. No, it's one of the outer, more near one of like dungeons or markers where the area is. The in between one that was mentioned the game session before, not the one to the north, but the one that's in between. Uh, well, the two that you've acquired. That one is near where the area where this guy's talking about, but no, they're not. These aren't giving off any kind of directional indication at all or anything. These are just measurement runes, spell runes essentially that this guy picked up
Right.
however long ago. He's like the gnomes definitely have more of this information because this is
Right.
where I acquired it. So perhaps
Okay.
they have more of an understanding of what went into the crafting of and what these symbols fully mean.
So
Though there might be some confusion there as well. It seems to be old, very old, ancient information, even by gnome standards. And I don't think the gnomes are the ones who made these.
so we're off to
Interesting.
meet some gnomes then.
Potentially, yes. I
Okay.
know not why you need this information. I'm just pointing you where I got it.
One
Right.
very important thing.
Appreciate it.
And he grabs the apothecary by the chest. Only say this to the lady.
He holds a small vial in front of your face. You're not sure where the hell he got it from. It seems to be of a bubbling green liquid. He's like, "Get your hands off me, or you won't have them."
Okay. Only to the lady. None of, and not even her jackass of a guard. Do you tell? Okay. We don't want the gnomes to go down for this. It ain't their fault. And he backs off.
He steals it away. Well, that could have been said without touching me. Very well. I mean, I wasn't going to relay any of this anyway, hence locking the door and flipping the sign. This appears to be official business. You have an official writ on you. I was assuming.
Yeah.
Well. But
I just wanted
it's
to.
Someone is
understood.
paranoid.
As long as it's understood that I will not be threatened without repercussions. Are you aware of what acid is?
No.
He's talking to Hammer, not
Right.
not
No, I. No. I figured because he didn't flash that in front of me.
No.
It's like, I'll throw acid out of game. He's basically, I'll throw acid at you. Get your hands off me.
Yeah.
And
Like I said, Hammer's gonna do something at least once that's dumb. So.
per session.
Everybody's just like, yes. And being as you are unofficial business, I'll offer regular prices instead of the inflated ones for the potions that I do have. They, like I said, they range between 10 to 30 gold. Right now, I'm asking 50 for any of them. But being as you are on official business,
Okay.
I will give you the regular prices. Unfortunately, unless you want to grab the ingredients for healing potions, I have nothing left for you. They took them all for the siege, in case things get dour.
Okay. I
Fair
don't think
enough.
Hammer would know what to have.
He
Can you
pulls up a
describe
list.
the?
These are
Okay.
the ingredients. If you want to go, it's literally a fetch quest. Go into the wilderness, grabbing these ingredients.
But
bring
that would mean
back.
that we'd have to go past.
The siege.
Oh, you can actually hear me.
You'd have to anyway.
Okay.
Yeah, I can hear you. I mean, you'd have to kind of go past them regardless, whether you're heading north or east. Unless you
Yeah.
headed back south, you would be kind of passing them.
Well,
so.
I was thinking we'd go to a different town to reprovision, because
There'd be
this
a
is
price
not the
hike
town
here on everything. Yeah.
saying, yeah, this is not the place to reprovision. This is the place to get information. So,
Do you mind if I can get that list? Anyway.
I'll make a copy. Or are you attempting to breach into the alchemies yourself, eh?
Maybe potentially.
It is a good side profit if you find these ingredients and sell them to any apothecary. Just letting you know, they would all find these ingredients incredibly valuable.
That is very good information. Thank you very much.
You copy down on a writ of paper or a slip of paper and just hand you an ingredient list. And you're like, hey,
Thank you.
I dare say that there's going to be a whole set of these. I have the rune alphabet that I'm looking here.
Mm-hmm.
There appears to be 8 or 9 of these little symbols. So there's a fair bet. There are 8 of 9 of those floating around somewhere.
Hmm.
He points at the wands.
I'm assuming the wands are still on the table in front of all of us.
Yes, he hasn't touched them since their initial
Right.
exam.
Okay. And
All right. Well done.
Hammer.
Wait, one thing. May I see for myself? I'm curious about this. It's the only thing that doesn't follow my examination. And he brings up literally just a big brass pot, and he's like, "It's just water." He puts his hand in it. See? He grabs some tongs. He's like, "If I may." And he grabs some tongs. He's waiting for your permission.
I guess.
He grabs
Oh,
one of
he's
them,
okay. I know what you're
the
doing.
steel tongs, and really just sticks it in this pot, and then just stares at it for a minute.
No, you don't. It's fine to be in water. You just can't activate it underwater.
Or you can, or you
still-
just get.
It's a bizarre feature. He pulls it out. Well, thank you for indulging me, and he puts it away. Good luck.
Okay.
Well, before we leave and before we finish, leaving the wands because they're glowing. They're right next to each other, right?
Mm-hmm.
I will pull out the blue wand because
I knew it. He says when he pulls it out.
we're still in a locked, closed area. So I will pull out the blue wand and set it next to either one.
All right, so the
And
glow
see
of
what
all
happens.
three would intensify, not to the point like they would if you're over one of those locations, but close. With your passive perception, you have heightened senses, technically
Right.
superhuman senses. You would hear a hum, not a human hum, but a hum of energy once the third one is placed there. So as if they have all charged up a little bit. You're not. I'm not saying you've recharged them or anything. It's just
Right,
they're
but like
charging
they're
up quickly.
charging.
Yes.
Hmm.
Ooh. And it creates visible enough of a glow between the three of them that even though it is noon, there is still a glow in the store. Not enough to be noticeable out to the windows or anything unless somebody's
Right.
peeking in, but it's bright enough that it's noticeable during daylight.
I'll pick
Oh,
the blue wand back up and put it back into my little pouch.
I dare say that all of those have a bigger harmonious nature with one another. If you are to find the other ones, or if you do have other ones on you,
Nope.
No, we do not.
go with
Just the three.
caution upon having them all within proximity. But I believe that is some kind of function. There might be a greater function to them yet when all paired together. That's fascinating.
Hmm. Okay.
I'll pick up the amber wand and put it back in its holster on my leg.
And Hammer stuffs the ruby wand in its hiding spot.
Shove it back in your beard. So the last couple of times
That's
that you
what I'm
have done
imagining.
that, Half-Beard does kind of laugh at every time you either put it away in your beard or pull it out of your beard. So far,
Yeah.
he's like, that's never not going to be funny.
So,
Thank you for your information, sir. I appreciate it.
Oh yeah, the Half-Beard goes up to the counter. He's like, "Do you have anything? More of the alcohol variety?" Yes, I do shell
I
specialty.
honestly
brews.
forgot about
Yeah.
that.
Oh, excellent. And it's just like, well, what do you got? He goes over some things with them, sells them some kind of bottle of magically enhanced ale. And he hands over, he's like, oh, there goes the last cut of my gold, and hands over the 10 gold for it.
oh
Worth it.
wow.
He hands it to him. He's like, now, you're only going to want a few cups of that, maybe even just one. I don't know. And he's just
Do
like,
you
"Oh,
realize who you're talking to?
yeah." He's just like, it's just a word of caution. I'm not saying it's a requirement.
No, of course, but
Pleasure doing business. It was actually quite informative, also. Hmm. Safe travels.
Pleasure doing business with you, and should we see each other again?
He would shoot Hammer kind of a squinty look, but other than that, he's pleasant to the other two. As you guys he kind of pats the dog on her head and then goes back to what he was doing,
Hammer
reopening the carry.
Hammer flips him two gold for his trouble.
Oh shit. Well, thanks. He just like pockets it without really saying much more than that. But
No,
that's a
it's-
lot to sling somebody's direction.
Well, no, and it like he felt bad about threatening him, but he didn't. Hammer has this thing where you don't mess with the little people because a lot of people just treat him like he's garbage and like he's less than
Hmm.
human, like he's been getting this entire time, and it's just like he feels bad, but he also didn't want any doubt to be put out there that he doesn't
Just
want.
because he's small, he's not.
No, and he didn't want anything
I
to
know, I
come
know.
back to the gnomes, just because there's, he likes the gnomes and people don't tend to treat them right. So yeah,
But yeah, they live in their own region, kind of like the elves,
Mhm.
separate from humanity for the most part, or known humanity, I should say.
mm-hmm.
Um,
Nomadity.
He's a
Uh,
gnome mad.
so you guys are now planning on leaving the castle proper, and
Yeah.
heading on. What do you guys? So Halfbeard is like, "Ah, I was gonna ask. I don't know. So what? We have so many different leads, I guess. Like we've got North, got all this bullshit going on with the neighboring country and some asshole lord, and then we've got the gnome lead now. I mean, we still technically have South too, where the damn performers came from.
I was
I don't even
thinking
know what
we'd
direction to look.
I was thinking we'd go visit your brother-in-law.
Eh?
Yeah, over in the gnomes.
You do realize we're two separate species and not related, right?
That's between you and your sister.
I'm not related to any gnomes. You
Then
hit your head?
didn't you have a sister that married a gnome?
What? Ugh. At least not that I'm aware of. I mean, not that there's anything wrong with
Oh
gnomes.
no,
but
that was Bob. That was
yeah, I was gonna say Bob knew some gnomes
okay.
in his day. Yeah, he had a sister. He has a
Well,
sister out
shit.
there somewhere. You don't know if she lives in the human kingdoms or out with the gnomes somewhere, but last you heard, he had some gnomic familiarity. Yeah.
Hmm. Well,
I
that's a
think he
dead
babbled
end.
about it in one of his sections.
Maybe Rockfist knows where she is.
Should we make our way back to our cart and Rockfist, and
Yep.
because I think it seems like we're pretty much done here.
Oh no, why go and get my weapon from the front gate?
Right, no, being as you're the only people that have been let inside for days, besides the people who already live here, they are like, oh, well, you don't even have to claim anything. You're the only people we've apprehended anything from, so they just kind of hand your shit back.
All right.
And Hammer inspects his pick very judiciously. So,
Just make sure it wasn't tampered with.
oh yeah.
So not a bad idea. I'll do the same.
And
Okay.
full view of the
I
people
mean-
that took it from him.
Uh-oh. Did he
Um,
freeze?
all right.
Do I need to roll anything for?
Oh, roll.
I'm not I won't make you roll for it. Your stuff is fine. It's been
Okay.
untampered. They literally just shoved it in a box.
Okay.
Or why I should say locked it in a locked chest, but you know what I mean.
So yeah, can you guys hear me?
I can.
Yep.
Can now.
All right. All right.
All right.
So
Cool. Heading on out then.
yep, let's head on out.
All right.
Um,
So you guys go to meet the cart up again?
Yes.
we go back to the cart. Yes.
Okay. Yeah. Heading out that way, you'd see that there's like two horse drawn wagon followed up by a pony drawn wagon at the road, and it looks like the soldiers are kind of having the same road parlay discussion with these merchants and everything as you guys pass.
Right.
They let you pass because they already recognize, the one side definitely recognizes you, and if one of the guards stop and be like, oh, and then well, no, they would have recognized you. So never mind. So yeah, you go past them bickering over some other travelers. Yeah, and you get back to the cart. Everything's fine. He's just sitting there drinking.
Good.
How drunk are you?
Mm-hmm. What?
How drunk are you right now?
Let me roll for him. He's just like, so how drunk are you?
I don't think
Maybe.
we should tell him anything yet.
Flurrying and almost falling off of the cart.
Because he
I won
won't
with the force.
remember.
The force is one with me. God damn it!
You guys.
I won with the force. The force is one with. Please grab it. Please. How do you grab it? Fuck me.
He's just sitting there.
Ah,
sloshing.
good. He's terrible. He's talented. His hair smells.
Half-Bear's just like, you bastard.
We won't.
Well,
We didn't
I'm not
find
sure
any
either.
drink at all, did we, Half-Beard? And I step on his toe. Not really hard, but
ow, what the hell? He looks at you and he's like, no, I'm gonna wave it right in his face. He drank the rest of that keg. No, this for you.
oh. Okay. So
Alrighty.
we have two drunk dwarves.
Half-Beard hasn't gotten sloshed yet. It's just Stonefist who drank the rest
Okay.
of that keg. Oh, hold on a minute. I got somebody at the door.
Okay.
Somebody's at the door.
Indeed. So I have Z Diggity lurking. That's
Ooh.
good news.
Azaic.
And
Do.
so how old is the puppy now? Just about a year old?
Maybe 2?
Maybe 2? Okay.
I don't know. I can't remember. I would. Yeah, probably 2.
2.
Wait, my puppy or Link's puppy?
Your puppy in real
Like
life.
mine might. Oh, okay. She just turned 1.
Okay.
Sorry, I thought you were talking about
No,
Lemon.
I was trying to make small talk, and I rolled a 1, I guess. Just kidding.
It's okay. It happens. Just miscommunication.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Sorry about that. You guys
Should
hear me?
be.
Yeah.
I can hear you. I'm just kidding around.
Oh. Huh. All right. We're just making sure that crap not again. Um. Okay, so you guys have loaded up on the cart. What? Like Halfbeard does kind of have a point. You technically have 4 leads. I mean, the one you were already wandering away from to head north anyway, but now you volunteered your services to the castle and its situation.
Okay.
So, you also have that. So you have the gnomes that are roughly kind of in the same direction, and then you have the border lord of the neighboring kingdom of Eastmarsh. That's a lot closer, but they're both east-ish.
Are we out of sight of what's going on with that siege now? Where?
Just slightly right off the map. Yeah, in some nature.
And
But
no
those are
one
the
would
only
be
roads
right.
right now.
No one would be able to see us or anything if
No,
I
no, no.
were
This
to
is
pull
this
out
is
a
that
wand.
hidden. This is that
Right.
hidden spot that you guys had worked out.
Right. Just want to make sure because I want to pull out the blue wand and see if it like does anything or like lights up and points me somewhere. You know.
That you mean
Just
besides north, where it originally was, pointing
okay.
you towards? Because remember
Okay.
that one is way up in where its marker is way up in Northold.
Okay.
Way up in the north.
I didn't remember. I apologize.
Oh no, you're right. But yeah, no, that one you already have a rough location or rough area of where
Right.
that was,
Okay.
and that
I
was
do remember now.
the month travel north.
Right. Then I think since I volunteered our services to this and to find out more about the wands, I think we should go east.
Okay. Yeah. Hammer agrees because he doesn't know one way or the other. Is east where the gnomes are, or are they a completely separate direction?
Gnomes are southeast, so you'd still have to head east first, and then go a little bit south of the country of East Marsh and uh, it's sometimes called the Shroom Fields or the Mushroom Lands,
Mm-hmm.
but it is a semi decently sized valley of kind of bizarre nature, mostly mushroom growth that these gnomes live in their own separate lands.
So Hammer
Okay.
asks Leandrin, "Hey, can you tell me that list of things that we need to look so that we can help the apothecaries restock?"
Here.
I can't read it.
Halfbeard would laugh at that.
She did it jokingly.
Mm-hmm.
But tells you the ingredients to look out for.
Okay.
But yeah.
All right, so he takes a swig out of that bottle he just bought,
Oh no.
Who?
and his
Oh.
pupils would dilate. Oh.
Who is this?
Halfbeard.
Iron
Yeah,
Halfbeard.
that booze he bought from the alchemist.
Right. Okay.
Like I said, his pupils dilate, and he just kind of, holy shit, and just sits there as you guys start heading off on the wagon.
Well,
Mm,
I hope
Well, okay.
I hope
it
you're
seems
okay with
whatever
two drunk
I could tell.
dwarves and and hammer.
Just don't make too much noise. I don't want anybody coming to us thinking we're. Just
Easy.
don't attract any attention to ourselves. That's the words I was looking for.
All right, so what? Just beyond this map here, just a little bit, you'd uh, you would see a couple more uh, soldiers. Oh, East Marsh, without the opposing forces from the castle, because they're all mainly focusing on this section of road and near that portion. Few minutes of travel down this road, yeah, there'd be two East Martian, just like soldiers, with a handful of other soldiers off the side of the road. They're just kind of sitting around for the most part. But one was just like, oh, well, hold up. Gets in the way of the cart.
Yes.
But we're in the middle of a parley with the castle over there. So, yeah, we're taxing the roads
All I,
that
all I
we
got,
are sieging.
all I got is all I got is a gold piece for you, and
You say gold piece, his eyebrows immediately shoot up, and they're just like, well, yeah, that will definitely do it. He holds out his hand.
but
How
along
many gold
with it,
pieces do you have?
I've still got. I wouldn't say that this is out of character because I'm not going to say this to the guy, but I've got 30 gold altogether, including everything. Like I've got 27 gold pieces. I've got 20 silver and 189 copper. So,
Okie dokie.
but
I don't
I've
know
been
how much gold I have.
I've been keeping track every time that I've given anything away. But you also should know that this comes with a stipulation. Can you tell us what you know about why you're here?
What? Oh, yeah. Well, sure can. Are you interested in the cause?
No.
Seems like you're heading East Marsh Way anyway.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, I can tell you what it's about. Just yeah, he bites the coin. Yeah, I can certainly tell you what it's about. Puts it away. Well, you know, we've been having problems up in the regions around, over our way. First, you had a bunch of dead fish flowing down from the river, coming around our way, coming from this kingdom. Then you got, you know, a horrible, what do you call it? Yeah, pestilence and everything. All running along the South River there. That seems to have died down a little bit, but still, cursed river. Not good. Not good, not good. And of course, it comes from this bordering land where we have a questionable, dubious ruler who may or may not have been causing a bunch of cursed problems for the last who knows how long. That's been causing issues with our lands, and this started before the dead fish.
Indeed. Okay.
She's suspected of witchery. The lord of that castle is a witch. And that just simply won't stand. Because, well, I mean, who wants a witch in charge? She probably sold her soul to whatever horrible thing to get her powers.
Okay. Well, we paid our toll. Can we go?
Oh, yeah. But yes, we seek to suss out the half-blood and have Midlands. He looks at you and then he's like, no, friends, when he says half-blood. And then he looks back at you and he's just like, to suss out, you know, the issues in office, as it were, on our border and get things back to normal. That and inviting those frickin' sun weirdos into her walls. Methinks there's a correlation there, and so does the Lord and everyone else. It's almost a righteous crusade, if you will. They even go
What?
ask the clerk there in the field. Us, righteous crusade, to outroot the half-blood evil witchery going on in the castle there. No offense.
What sun weirdos exactly do you
They're
mean?
the castle they've court to those weird sun cult fuckos that we ran out of our area.
Hmm. Do you know where they went, or are they?
Yeah, they probably fled this way. We want them, and we want the lady.
Oh, okay.
And we won't rest until that parlay happens. And if that parlay doesn't happen, well, you bet your britches to dollars that we're gonna fuck this castle right up.
Okay.
Thank you
Thank
for
you.
your.
And he lets you guys like go past, pat in his pocket.
I know
Yay.
that I'm flashing cash a little bit too much, but like it.
I was
yeah,
just
they let-
wondering.
They let you continue past after that.
Yay.
Okay. So we head towards the east.
Correct.
Is there any village between here and there that we can that we can get any supplies from? Preferably one that isn't as that doesn't have a bunch of dead messengers along the way.
Or a siege just outside of it.
This would be the last stop heading east or west before you literally hit the border of Eastern Marsh, which is like maybe a mile or so away from the current map that you're on. So heading down that road, no, but you would see the there is a find it. I have it right here.
So, are there any merchants that we can stop and purchase some food from on the way? Because if we
Along the way, there doesn't seem to be any travel coming from the east, and doesn't seem like there's a whole lot of people heading that direction either. Probably because of the military force you guys just passed.
Right.
But there is a small Martian lake that does have it is the border,
the border town,
the bordering castle. The bordering town that's over the borders. So it's like the first piece of civilization of the kingdom of East Marsh.
Okay.
So would Hammer know that if there was somebody on a crusade, they'd probably be burning books? Or would he think that we were heading towards somewhere else, that that Leandrin could look at papers for a while again?
The town may or may not have a library in it. That's a 50-50 shot with towns. Villages, that's almost always a no-go, but this is a town, so there may or may not be a library or a bookstore there.
Okay.
Possible. Or records in the guard keep, because it does have a small keep that's also with it. The train also gets a little more rocky and forested, and is pocked with small steam lakes as you get closer to this, and it borders a little bit of a steaming lake.
Ooh.
Looks like Google Maps.
But you guys, whoops, wrong direction. You guys would be coming from. Man, so that road bends a little bit, and right where I put this little yellow mark, that's the road you're on. That comes up to
Okay.
this. This is
Oh, okay.
right over the border of East Marsh. You are now in Hammer. This is definitely the farthest you've been. Period.
If I
Okay,
take one more step, it's the farthest from home I've ever been. Sorry.
he's not Samwise Gamgee. He hasn't paid attention. So
I'm just... Couldn't help it. I had to.
But yeah, you'd see a keep on a hill. There used to be a castle on this hill, but it looks like it was destroyed long ago. And this is just refortified as a keep now. And then there's a guard tower uh, that sits on a small island in this little uh,
is
kind
that
of
where
burning
the keep is, or
or bubbling lake. Yeah, that's where the keep is. And then like the guard tower thing is literally left of that on that little island. So there's two major fortifications, and it does look like they do have um, more than just their normal town guards,
Mm.
more than
moving around. It
meets the
is
eye?
well, no, it's manned. It's more heavily manned. It's probably backup military forces just to secure the border because they did just send a small army over. That was like over 500 something men that's across sieging that castle.
Right.
But anyway, yeah, you come up and there are two guards right on either side of that road. Is there as well, like with pikes and stuff, and not too far from that are some more down at that junction of the road. And then in one of the fields right off the road, there is a unit of men just kind of set there, keeping watch at distance on the road, keeping an eye on it. But so the guards stop you, and they're just like, right, border is secure right now. There is conflict, I'm sure, as you saw coming down from that road. What business have you?
We're looking for new lands to purchase for a mine, as ours is no longer viable.
All right. Well, okay. Probably not going to find any plots here, but East Marsh has real estate. You just have to travel further in Kingdom. If you
Okay.
have any business in town, keep it relatively decent. We are invoking a curfew for now, but you may stay. No funny business. All right, and they let you pass.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. What? No. They let us pass. So this is not where we need to be, right? We just need to pass through here, essentially?
We were
Yeah,
looking.
Or we just
there's a
want to see if
there's an actual castle though. You can actually see it in the distance from where you're at, and that's where the Lord
Mhm.
of this region, the Border Lord, is in that, or fair bet he's in or around that castle.
Okay. And I am. I don't know if you can see that where I'm carrying us, but I'm guessing that we're heading towards like some sort of tavern or place that we can
Yeah,
not
it is
necessarily.
starting to get later in the day. You probably reach castle close to sundown, but the day itself is almost over.
Okay. So is this the castle
find
where
an
I'm at,
inn.
or is that that blue dot that is? Do I need to make that dot bigger?
No, I can see where your blue dot is. So yeah, there's a couple of taverns because it is no, there's like two taverns because it is a town.
Um,
Would they have an inn or is
Yeah.
that typically part of a tavern?
These would be tavern and inns each because it is a border town, and it seems like it
Right.
has a lot of roads that literally lead off to a lot of different places in East Marsh. So this is like it looks like it would normally be a lot more traveled than this, but it doesn't look like they have a whole lot of visitor action going on right now.
Okay, so hopefully the innkeepers are happier to see us than they normally would for a busy time period. So
And let's see. I don't know. There
what are the names
is
of the taverns, or what do the signs show on them? It more likely is what I would be looking for.
one would be the Bullfrog, and the other one um would be the Bubbling Brew.
So I'm guessing that one would have like a cauldron, and what the other one would have like a bullfrog.
Well,
As-
not a cauldron.
Yeah.
It would just be like looks like bubbling alcohol in a tankard.
Okay.
Cauldron would indicate that it's like an apothecary or a
Oh,
wizard
that's
or
true.
something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So like a a stein with a head on it or something.
Yeah, pretty much. The quality of the bubbling brew is moderate. The bullfrog, on the other hand, is much nicer. It is upper scale. Um, it looks pricey, but
Uh,
very nice.
Okay. What do you think, my lady?
Couldn't hurt to
You
at
see
least go
dwarves and
in and
half.
look and ask how much rooms would be.
Um,
Sorry.
oh no, you're fine. But yeah, there's dwarves and halflings, and that's just smattered amongst the town's actual population. They're not visitors, but you know.
Um. Oh, and all the way the obviously I took my great axe and everything else out before we moved it off,
Right.
All right.
or if it fell off, I would have picked it up at that point because it would have been obvious. But
Right.
my stuff is back with me. I've got my both the great axe and the war pick. So
Okay. All right. So which one were you checking out again? Apologies.
we wanted to look at the nicer looking one to see how much it was it cost.
All right. Let's see. I'm gonna roll real quick. You already know what the prices are gonna be. I'm just seeing. Oh, interesting. So there is a halfling sitting behind the bar of on a heightened stool, so he's at even height at the
bullfrog.
bar
Yeah.
of the bullfrog. It is nice inside, nicely decorated. It's one of the nicer taverns you've ever seen. Actually, it's actually very decently decorated, well lit. All the booze looks top shelf. The halfling in there is wearing fine clothes. Who's manning the bar anyway? Ooh, hello. Welcome to the Bullfrog.
Hello. How much for a room?
You want a room? Oh, excellent. We haven't had a lot of merchants traveling through as of. Well, this is the place to come if you're a bard or a merchant. The Bullfrog. The Bubble Brew is for my lowbrow entertainment. So how many rooms may I put you for? He seems very excited.
Well, how much are they first?
Oh, yes. That is worth every coin, mind you, because it comes with very decent beds. Not even stuff with straw, but with feather down. And she comes with dinner and breakfast.
Good to know.
Worth
Each
every.
room is a silver.
How much silver?
A silver.
1 silver.
Normally
Eight.
rooms go for like 5 to 8 copper.
Oh, okay. We understand that you're in a rough time, but a silver seems
Well,
pretty
silver.
steep. Are you saying silver for both rooms, or are you saying a silver?
No, silver per room. Now, if you're wanting with multiple beds, that can also be arranged, and you just have a one room. But it's still a silver per the rooms, unless you are going for the Merchant Master's Suite, and that, of course, is 5 silver.
What's
But it is
within
the
the
nicest room we have.
What's in the Merchant Master's Suite?
Oh, the Merchant Master's Suite has its own lockbox and safe built into the walls. It's somewhat proofed for sounds, better than the other rooms that we have. And it has the silken beddery and finery.
Okay. I must speak with my associate here before we give you an answer. Okay.
Excellent.
And I walk away with Leandrin. What do you think? Looks
I
like
don't know how much money I have on me. I don't know
no,
where to find it.
it's okay. I'll pay for it.
It's not what I was saying.
Let's see. I do know that you had a certain starting amount.
Right.
So what? If you recall, I have a lot because I have my own plus.
Oh yeah, but you guys
Marcus's.
also in the 2 weeks sold off the gold laced bones and jewelry of that corpse.
Yeah.
Right?
Right. And
Okay.
to
Oh yeah, so we've got more than what I have right now. I'm currently at 26 gold, 20 silver, 189 copper without the
Another
the
4. I rolled 3 4s in a row. Okay, so in addition to what you guys have, what you sold from those bone fragments and the jewelry, you have 40 more
gold.
gold than previously.
40
for
divided-
among the two of us or each?
Well, that 40 gold is between the 4 of you because you.
Oh, so only 10 gold?
So
Well, actually, I don't know. It'd be between the 2 of you. He hasn't sold off those ruby bone bits yet. Halfbeard, he collected them in a sack. You guys haven't sold that off yet, so you're sitting on ruby flakes as well. But that aside, no, that would be 40 split between the 2 of you because the 2 of you actually
20
are the ones
okay.
who collected the jewelry and the bones and survived the dungeon.
The first dungeon, yeah.
You guys agreed to share everything after that.
So I've got another 20 gold.
More than likely, Leandrin, I'm gonna say you maybe had like 4 golds before that to your person, which is a decent amount for a traveler.
Right.
You probably wouldn't have had much beyond that, being as half of your stuff can be got literally by your trade instead of you having to buy anything.
So
Right.
I'm at 46 gold, 20 silver, and 189 copper.
Hmm.
So
I don't know how many silver or copper I would have.
I want to say equivalently, that's your coin makeup. You can split that up however you want. They go in increments of 10 for each.
Okay.
For your 4 initial gold, that can be chopped up. That's just total. So that can be chopped
Right.
in 10 increments of however you want.
So
and then
4
20,
bronze or 10 bronze equals 1 silver,
yes,
and then 10 silver equals 1 gold.
yes.
I'm writing that down.
And so I think personally we should go for the suite, but
That will definitely come with accompanying beds and stuff because it's meant for, obviously richer people, and they generally have accompaniments, so there'll be extra furnishings in there for all of you.
well, and does it? Hammer hasn't asked if it has a place to store the goats yet.
Oh, it has a stabling. It's meant for traveling merchants and stuff, so it does have a decently sized stabling to it. That's probably
Okay.
why it does so well and it's as high end as it is. It's generally for merchants
Right.
and bards.
Yeah. So I'm thinking, Leandrin, that we should spring for the for the suite. The reason being is that way we've got a little bit more privacy and a little bit
Right.
more security.
They don't. Okay.
What?
I was just seeing if there was actually a bard staying there or anything, but no. It
Okay.
doesn't look like there's very many people even. No, with what I rolled, there is like 4 other guests that are staying there, and they're all just
Okay.
regular travelers.
Okay.
Would the beds be together or would there be separate beds?
So a suite
No,
would mean
separate.
that we'd have our own separate rooms. But we're in like those big
Basic,
hotel
same
rooms.
living quarters.
Yeah.
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 It's like
Okay.
a suite, like at Las Vegas, where a bunch of people have the same living area. Yeah, you get. Never mind.
I get it.
It takes
Yep.
up the whole. This is a 2-leveled building. It takes up the whole upper floor,
So
and then
Okay.
all the other normal amenity rooms are the level below, and then you've got the tavern in front of all of those.
Okay. Sounds good to me.
okay, and
How much was that again?
that's 5.
The
Are we gonna split it
suite
between the
was
two of us, or
5
I
silver.
can give you 2 silver.
okay? I'll
Cause
I'll take away 3 silver then.
Ooh, you would almost clap at that, and then he'd be like, "Yeah." And he has it's this place seems almost entirely. It almost might be like a gimmick or something of it, but it has nothing but halflings running it. So he just has some halfling bar wenches. Well, I shouldn't call them normal wenches. The higher end wenches
Escorts.
would he's like, oh, give them, whatever they ask for, unless it's booze. Of course, they still are being charged for that, but any food requirements or any other requirements they may have, please be obliging. They just got the suite, and they're just like, woo. So you would be, they're all very excited to have your businesses. So you're getting very good service from a bunch of excited halflings running the place.
Okay. So as far as that goes, Hammer would say to Leandrin, "Hey, you might want to see if there's anything that we can find about another apothecary here. I'm guessing they won't have much because they're in the same situation as the other guy, but we might find something interesting from them too."
I could. And a bookstore or maybe a library of sorts.
Okay. All right. And yeah, that's Hammer's gonna leave that up to you because this really hobbles me with how much I can do of anything. Not having a reader.
So, what?
I just rolled it. Oh, sorry, no, I just rolled it. So asking if you literally just even asking the halflings, they would the wenches would be like, oh yes, we have a scrollery here in town, and we also have an alchemist's shop here as well.
Oh, good. I'm assuming they're gonna point. Pardon me.
Yeah, they give you direction. It's just in more of the meat of the town. Some of the neighboring, not directly neighboring buildings, but the buildings within more of the square.
Right. I will
But
head
you'll
that
probably have
direction.
to you'll probably have to talk to them tomorrow, though, being as it's
That's
sundown
true.
and most shops close about then.
That's
Okay.
true. I will look at that first thing in the morning.
And they all just kind of cheerfully are giving you service. And you can hear them singing kind of periodically. They're very musical individuals, halflings, so they're happy in tune because they have customers other than the other 4 that they have here. And the other 4, they don't look like adventurers or anything like that. just look like traveling individuals. None of them are together or anything. It's just four other patrons that happen to be here that aren't.
Like me before this party.
Yeah, pretty much. You see town folk come in to get drinks and everything as it gets more into the evening. But it seems the higher ups or the more well-to-dos of town come here. You don't see a lot of the dwarves or anything like that in here.
Okay.
So it's not as rambunctious as a normal tavern. It's a little more well-behaved in here.
Which I'm okay with because I don't like people. In general.
In that though, what would you guys be? Would you guys just be kind of enjoying meals and relaxing for right now?
Yes, I would,
Um,
personally. Because there's not much to do in the evening anyway right now, so might as well enjoy it.
So Hammer, I'm assuming that there's like a spot to work with tools and stuff like that, right?
In town, yeah, but not in the tavern.
Okay, so Hammer just uses his own tools and crafts a small whistle that's like a miniature flute, like a three hold flute. So, and hands it
Okay.
over to Leandrin. Do I need to make
Go
any
ahead.
rolls or?
Yeah. Do you have anything in? Sorry. Do you have anything in crafting or anything like that?
I do have Smith's tools and Mason's tools, so and I am proficient with them. So I'm assuming I would probably just be a straight roll.
Hey, Rukov, they're raiding again. Hey, get out of my kitchen! Get out of that fridge!
What?
No, no, that is not your pudding.
I think.
Thank you for the raid. Just a second, guys. I'm in the middle of something, and I'll be right with you. Sorry about that.
Wait.
Um,
Paycheck. Other than that, no, I don't think so. Sorry.
No worries.
all right, and thank you for the. Oh, and I've got the wrong. I wrote out the wrong name. Okay, so S-O, Mr. Oops. Okay, one of another D&D friend of Z, Diggity, just came through. So
thank you.
sorry about that.
Raided!
I got
Raided! Raided!
Raid.
All right.
Whoop, whoop.
All right, so
What happened?
Yeah.
God damn.
Speaking of which,
so he
My
takes a little.
thing's messed up. Give me a
raid.
sec. Sorry.
Oh, please go ahead.
He takes out his fine tools for blacksmithing, and he creates it. I'm gonna guess it's just a straight roll.
Yes.
So
Intelligence. So it's crafting.
I was gonna say wisdom,
Right.
but it's still
Oh, it is
zero.
wisdom. Right. Okay.
That would be a 15.
Okay. Yeah. And you said you were just trying to create that whistle, right?
Yeah, just a three
Mhm.
hold whistle.
You'd
Basically,
definitely be able to with that for sure.
it's like almost like a fife, but it's only got the three holes. One to make the sound, and he's just testing it out as he's doing it, and he's tuning it up as he's making it, and he hands it over to Leandrin. Maybe you'd like this. The goat herders seem to use these all the time to talk to their dogs. You want it or
Sure, I'll take it.
okay?
What do you think, Lemon? I'm assuming Lemon is in they're gonna allow Lemon
Yeah, they
to
don't have
come
a
in.
problem. They don't have a problem. Companion dogs and things like that are
Okay.
not an issue for most taverns. I mean, it's a tavern. Even upscale ones generally don't have a problem with domesticated animals as long as it's not something ridiculous like a horse or something, you know.
Well, right.
So awesome, and something I'm gonna try to do whenever these happen. So they said raid, so
Oh no.
raid.
What?
A raid is happening. So,
A raid is happening
Yay,
in
in
the
celebration
tavern?
of our raid, there's a raid.
Oh no.
so roll perceptions while you're kind of
Oh
just having
no.
some time.
I shouldn't have said
tavern this evening.
anything. Damn it. Uh, perception of 10.
Okay.
Give me a second.
Passive would be 12.
17.
Okay. Okay. You
no.
would hear horns in the distance.
Okay.
A lot of horns in the distance.
Like
Coming from a
trumpet
northerly
horns?
direction on this map, you would notice the dog is distracted with the whistle and nobody else in the tavern seems to pick up on it. And I already rolled kind of for the start of this, so this is going to be real interesting.
Hey, thank you guys
All right,
so much
so
for
you,
rating
you
here.
hear
I'm
that.
trying to
Okay.
keep track of everything and
Some
everyone,
horns.
but I appreciate you for the raid there, Miss Hoops. How
You've
was
met
your
these
D&D?
before. They are issues that you have had on and off when you were a child growing up in the hollows and everything. It may not be that exact tribe, but you certainly recognize the sound of horn.
Right.
Goblins.
Fuck.
Hmm.
I passed that information. Oh, hopefully someone will be like, yeah, that sounds familiar. Or, so I'm not the only one hearing it.
So at your table, a half bear is just kind of like, what? Goblins?
Yeah.
Oh,
Fuck.
shit. And then,
Do we-
yeah, you would hear commotion outside shortly after you tell them that. Fighting.
Just outside the tavern we're at?
Not just outside of it, but you do hear some commotion now within and around the town.
Great. Why'd you have to say something, Rukov?
I don't know. We didn't have this problem the last time that I raided, so apparently this is something new.
I'm kidding, though.
Yep, this is, yeah.
What if he got raided twice in a row? Like, never mind, I don't want to know.
Oh, what indeed.
So are we gonna stay in here or are we gonna go out there?
Well, apparently you got some guests of goblins, and I didn't realize that goblins were. I didn't realize that goblins were welcome in this town.
And they're certainly not, and they're definitely
I don't
kind
think
of.
they are.
No. They're generally not a human problem for the most part, unless you're further north or further west. So it's interesting if they're, out this far.
Or other people seem to be like panicky, happy, excited. What do other people like? How are their reactions?
Nobody else has seemed to really notice a lot of the noise yet. Like you're the ones that have roused from your table. You told your table, but the rest of the bar is still kind of going out through their discussions and stuff until some more of the commotion starts picking up, and then most of them are like, oh, some of them start kind of getting near windows, but nobody's really going outside. So people with torches outside would run past. You'd see through the windows and stuff. And you'd hear more horns blow.
Right. Are they
and then
getting
screaming
closer?
and fighting.
I will head out the front door and just look down the street toward
Okay.
the sign, not making myself like noticeable, but just like so I can see. Stella, stop. Sorry. Does that make sense?
Yes. Don't do that. Don't do that. Not that. There we go. Sorry. All right. So where I have these soldiers over here that I just placed on the map is where
He's huge. He's a giant
it
in that town.
is.
I'm kidding.
These are units again, kind of like I was doing before. These are higher number, not necessarily these directly. Like they do consist of like this of about 40 or so each.
40 of them?
That being, yeah. So that being said, and that's well, like I said, the human or the town's forces because it's got some mixed in there. Problem is they're being met up by essentially what looks like some mounted units. They're not mounted. They are unfortunately all the soldiers here are ground units.
Okay.
So that showing up on the map there is what would show up, as well as a little ground unit of goblins that are on foot coming through as well.
So all of these are enemies that you're placing on there?
Like 50 enemies at a time, or how many are in these groups?
In this grouping here, sorry, I didn't mean to put that yellow mark. That was an accident. This grouping here, it's not as huge as I was describing before. But there is 10 of these wargs, and or goblins riding wargs, I should say. And then each one of the ground units is 10 of them. So you have like 10 crossbowed goblins and then 10 on foot. And then you have the 20 riding around on wargs engaging here. As you can see in our chat, I already rolled for that. First roll was for the town guard even noticing and town units kind of responding to said threat. And then I rolled for the goblins. So what you would see upon heading out the door is, this unit basically is getting completely hammered already by the charging wargs and getting ripped, basically getting their asses already handed to them early in the engagement.
We don't see your rolls because you're the GM.
Oh, I thought those showed up in chat. Oh, okay. No. Well, I rolled a critical for the goblins, so it's not going well.
I could have sworn we saw his rolls before.
We did, but he activated something, and I don't see his rolls. Do you see his rolls?
I don't, but we did before today.
Weird. Wonder what that wasn't intent.
No, it's fine.
No, I mean we believe you. We're just not seeing them. So.
Yeah. That's something I'll figure out later. So, yeah, that's what you're seeing.
Okay.
Um,
So
this
basically, we're. Oh,
within the
that's where
circle
we are.
there is no, that's on fire.
Not enough pee.
No,
No, I
not at
know.
all. Ugh.
Um,
I'm gonna run back into the tavern. Yell.
Tavern is right. Eh.
Okay.
I'm gonna run back into the tavern and yell, if there are any guards here, looks like we've got a raid heading toward. Can I tell they're goblins
Yeah.
at this point? Okay.
Oh yeah. Plus the
Goblins.
horns. You heard it before you saw them. You're like, no, I know these horns.
Right. Okay. You did say that. I'm sorry.
Oh no.
There's a goblin raid on its nearly pretty much. They're here. So if
So like some
any
people come running out of the tavern. I mean, they're just wearing their normal clothes right now because they're off duty guards, but they still go running out towards
Right.
barracks and what have you.
that's what my
By
hope
the
was
time
to
you
get
said
them help.
the door would burst open with those guys heading towards barracks. Oh man. Oh man. Okay, so as soon as that door opens, one of the first men to run out towards the barracks literally gets snapped up in a charging warg going, goblin riding warg going past down the street. They've already pushed past that unit you saw them engaging when you ran back in.
Fuck.
So they are in the streets. Oh, whoops, wrong thing. Undo. Go back to the arrow, you bastard. All right, so yeah, wargs have now pushed here.
Okay.
More the foot soldiery goblins went this way, and these fuckers ran up this unit. Got completely wiped out. So you see crossbow or ranged goblins killing people amongst those buildings where you see the crossbow one. The wargs are in the street, and then the quad where you're at, and then it looks like the foot soldiers pressed on to menace more of the spread out town towards the fort, which is dispensing men itself.
I don't know. So there are goblins in the tavern we're currently in, correct?
Not in, they're just running around the area where you're at. Once you look out, they're already starting to filter into this area.
Okay. So
right.
Hammer stays right next to on the inside of the building. He's got his war pick ready to go. And so which unit died? Was it one of the goblin units or was it one of the human units?
No, they have literally not lost a single man.
Okay.
They
Yet.
came in undetected and completely laid waste to the camped out unit that was there, probably as military backup for the siege further on. Yeah, they sabotaged them in their sleep. They came through and just slaughtered them. There was none of the human forces on that side left. You see some dispensing and making their way down from the keep on the hill, but they're not there yet. And the unit
Right.
camped much further away. None of these are mounted, so they've only made it this far,
Crap.
moving their way up towards the chaos.
All right. I'll head on out again.
Okay.
I'm assuming that's where the what do you call them, wargs are?
Yeah, they're basically giant, nasty, hyena-looking creatures that are the size of ponies. small
Wargs
ponies.
are the wolf type things in Lord of the Rings.
Right.
Yeah.
I will.
Yep. And there
I
are
will turn
goblins.
to. Right. I will turn to Lemon. Tell her to stay put. Stay in the tavern.
There's one within your guys' vicinity. The rest are kind of running amok in the area, and you can see that crossbow unit slowly moving in as they're just firing at range in volleys.
Right. I will just book it out that front door. I'm assuming it's just right out front door, and with short bow in hand and aim and shoot.
So
All right.
hammer.
And that would
Go ahead.
open it. I'll say you're on top, Leandra, and then I guess everybody else just roll.
Roll
Roll initiative.
I don't know what else to do.
No,
I did
you're
roll
totally
and I got a 15, so.
I will say this, given your experience in goblin raids before, this is well organized for goblins.
5.
Great.
Okay. And rolling. Okay. So it's Leandrin with her initial attack, and ironically, it's Lemon, or not Lemon, sorry. Halfbeard again, then Stone Fist, then Hammer,
Okay.
and then
How many wargs are in front of the tavern?
one directly within your guys' vicinity. The rest are somewhat going in between houses and roads in that quad where you guys are at.
Okay. I will aim for that closest one.
Okay.
And then. Can you tell me what. I'm proficient with it, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
So that's a +2?
Should be plus your dex as well.
Plus your dex +2.
Yep.
That would be a 23.
23?
23.
That definitely hits. Are you aiming for the ward or the rider?
I'm aiming for the warg first, because I
Okay.
don't want him having as much speed as possible. D8?
Yep.
Nope, that's not a D8.
And add your dex to the damage bonus.
That's a D8. 7.
7?
7.
Alright, yeah, that would hit the ward in the face. Roll stamina for it. That's literally half its health. It dies. Because you did literally half of its health in a hit. So yeah, you basically shoot it between the eyes, and it slams and tumbles in a forward roll with its rider. Let me roll for the rider. Yeah, no, the rider also does not seem to fare well in this crash, essentially, of his mount. And yeah, they both go crash into the ground. The goblin gets tangled up in the tumble. Looks like probably broke its neck or something, because neither of them get up.
Okay.
Well, that was fun.
Okay.
All right. Halfbeard pulls out his great axe. It goes running in.
Drunken brawler.
Let's see. And oh, nice. Holy shit. Okay. So he comes running out. No. Anyway, he comes running out of the tavern and takes a running leap across the street at another rider going past, literally severing the head of the warg running kind of in his path.
Nice.
Uh, he literally takes its head off. It goes crashing. Its goblin, though, gets up. Stonefist comes running out with his hammer. Nice. Oh, shit. Nice. All right. So that rider that made the tumble, or survived the tumble of his warg, as he's getting up, Stonefish runs up to him and literally smashes his head into his body
Oh.
cavity. Hammer.
Hammer.
There is one that is now 10 feet from you. That's the next nearest one. It's also a rider. And roll is currently has a dead. It itself is eating a dead, or shaking about a dead halfling in its mouth.
Okay. I go and try to heave ho into its head, or something
All right.
else vital.
Do you go for so you're going for the warg or its rider?
The warg to start off with.
Okay.
For the first roll. 18 plus 5 is 23.
That definitely hits.
And then 1d8 plus 5. 12. 7 plus 5. So.
All right. Yeah, you literally slice its head in half or crack its skull cavity open.
Okay. And the hand axe, I go for the rider.
All right.
19 on the die plus 5 is 24.
That would hit.
And 3 plus 5 is 8.
Okay. Shit. All right. So yeah, you'd run up, cleave into the head of the warg.
That's plus 3, so that's sorry, that's minus 2, so that's 6 damage.
Oh, okay. Yeah, you'd kill the warg outright in a singular blow, getting its brain pan sprayed all over your face.
Delicious.
The other two dwarves are covered in gore now too, so all the dwarves are now like blood covered in the nasty, thickish, like kind of sluggish blood of these wargs and goblins. Yeah, so you cleave into the rider. It doesn't kill him outright, but does a lot of nasty damage to him. He's just like, shit, dwarven fuck. Tries to stab you with his sword.
Mine scavenger, get the fuck out of here.
What is your AC, Senor?
16.
All right. Okay, so yeah, no, you either parry or just move out of the way of his kind of clumsy swing.
Flipping him off in the process. What? No, I'm just kidding.
No, he would.
I know.
All right, now rolling for everything else. Oh, that's not what I wanted. Go away. There we go. All right, rolling for everything else. Okay, so
I don't know if that's a good shit or a bad shit.
It could be
so
50-50
you
with
have downed three of the wargs.
And its riders ish.
Yeah, down through the warg riders. They continue to press through the square. The rest of the square, slaughtering in swaths.
Oh, so the humans are ineffective. So.
At the moment, and most of them aren't guards. Most of what you're seeing slaughtered right now is literal townsfolk, being as the guards and the military unit that was in the spot are all dead already. So this is just kind of more wholesale villager slaughter. Um, yeah, aided by those crossbowmen who finally make their movement into the quad proper. So now you see goblins popping out of alleyways and stuff like that in pairs with crossbows, firing into people and shit as well. Or surrounding around where you're at, there isn't anything to combat because you killed everything within your immediate reach. This is just what you see beyond. So none of you are under threat of attack. Well, no, except for the one goblin that you're in the middle of fighting. That military unit has wrong way. Moved you in the wrong direction. My bad. That military unit that was camped out near the road. Why do you keep doing that? Why are you doing that? Stop being a finicky bitch. Move. No, I don't want the whole damn thing, you twat.
You twat.
So I want move. Oh god. There we go. Thank you. Has moved up to the other end of town square, so they're starting to meet it up. So those forces will start clashing, possibly within the next round, but they just barely got there because they had to come from clear the other side of town. Those that came from the fort on the hill have made their way further down and into the town, being
Making my
caught up
way
by
downtown.
those goblin ground units. This fire, of course, has been completely unmanned because everybody in the spot is dead-ish, or except for villagers, and they haven't been able to put it out. So the fire spreads in that spot. So all of that's pretty much on fire over there. All right. Circling back around. Woohoo! Yeah.
So me?
Anyway, so you would see within view, let me see how many are within somewhat of your area. 6 bullets. Oh, yeah. You see 3 of those crossbowmen goblins within range, either foot or bow range. And you would see like those are moving around. 2 more warg riders also within combat range now in all of the movement. All within 40 feet of you.
Right. I will aim at one of the crossbowers.
Okay.
Because they're the biggest threat in my book. Well, yeah, they can be a big threat. Because they have range. Yeah. 16?
What was that again? 16?
16, 1-6.
They hit one of the crossbowmen. That definitely hits.
Okay.
And they're not as armored either, so.
Oh. So 10 damage.
Okay. Oh, shit. All right. Yeah, you arc that. It goes through the leather jerkin he's wearing and literally out his back into the ground. It goes right through him and he just drops. Well, even making a noise, just kind of. And would fall over.
Okay. I don't know if there's anything else I can do.
You can make movement, or if you stay still, you technically can take a secondary shot.
Yeah, I'll stay still and can I aim for another one of the? You said there were 3.
Now too, with invisible range. Yeah.
Yeah, with invisible range. I'll take another shot at one of the other ones.
Okay.
And I'm sure I don't hit because that was a nat 1, and that would be a 9. No,
Oh
8.
shit! All right. So critical failure. Go ahead and roll again. Okay. Tell me your result.
Rolling again?
Yeah, just the 20 though. You're rolling
Yeah.
on a fail table.
Oh, no, I'm not adding dex or anything.
No.
Okay, that was a 7. Sorry.
7. Shit. Your bowstring.
No!
snaps. So pulling back, maybe you've had it for a while, and pulling back, the bowstring snaps. Unfortunately, and your arrow drops to the ground.
Fuck.
Let's
I don't have a backup
see.
one, do I? Sorry, that was
Oh,
a
but you do
question.
have a. If you're still wanting to stay ranged next round, I mean, technically have a wand on you.
Oh, yeah, that's right. I got 2 of them.
Halfbeard goes running up to one of the other wargs, swings and does some damage to it, but doesn't kill it. Oh shit! Stonefist, on the other hand, goes running up to the same and literally slams the Goblin Rider right off the back of it with a bone-crunching slam in his chest with that hammer. You'd see it puke up blood as it goes flying back. Eat shit, fucko! And it would go flying back like that. Hammer.
Looks like I have a lot to live up to. I go for the pickaxe towards the rider that I didn't kill outright this time. That last time.
Okay.
And that is Warpick. 12.
12. That's. Oh shit, that doesn't hit. He would parry.
Okay. And then I'm gonna attack with the hand axe.
Okay.
13.
13. Yay, the one over that you needed. That hits.
Yeah, well, D6. Just I got a 2.
2.
Yeah.
I mean, he was already dying, so you pull the axe out of his chest and stick it in his face, and he
Okay.
Double tap.
dies, slumped on his dead mount.
Okay.
Now rolling for everybody else. Damn. Okay, gotta roll for this unit over here. That's better, but not great. Okay. So now that you're more in the fray, you're not sure. You can't see it anymore because it's around the big hill where the fort is. So you're not sure how well that unit's doing against that ground unit of goblins. You can't see that battle. Soldiers start coming up from the right flank into town square, engaging riders and crossbowmen. With mixed results. They're kind of on the losing side, even though they're the ones charging in. The only other thing that's like staving off this area from getting it completely overrun is you guys. You put a right stop to a lot of it spreading, so it's all focused in this town square now. And now you would see literally what's left of the Warg Riders as they all come into the main street against the soldiers that have just shown up, and the rest of the crossbowmen also filter in damn near right on top of you guys from the rooftops and the alleyways. They're already filtering in. Let me get this to move. There we go. So now you're beset with enemies. It's a target-rich environment now. Yeah, it all kind of comes to a head, as you can see. Put the 3 units now where they are in correlation. So you are now, instead of being engaged in combat, you are now in battle proper.
Hooray!
And it's still not going well. It's kind of hit a medium because of your guys' assistance.
Mm-hmm.
So, now we'll have to start next rounds. We'll have to start worrying about more combat or more targets coming your way, or attacks, I should say, as you are now actually in the middle of all of this.
Right.
Okay, Leandrin, what do you do?
So I'll pull the amber one from my hip or leg, hip place area. Sorry.
Okay. No, you're fine. You unholster.
I
You
unholster it.
The unholy mess. Okay.
And what's trying to think of I'll just aim
You
at
can
the
add
one
your
closest to me.
either intelligence or dex, your choice, to the roll.
Okay, I'll just aim at the closest goblin thing to me, or
Okay.
the warg if it's closer.
All right.
And that would be a 22 to hit.
22.
22.
All right. So that definitely hits, and it does D4 with that extra damage because of the 22, because of how my rolls on magic work.
Out
Okay.
of character, you just fired a magical weapon while in the town of a country that doesn't like magic.
That's also
Well,
in their
but-
defense, though,
Huh?
and they're getting their faces murdered off. So
Yeah.
Yeah, but I'm not using it against the town folk. I'm using it
That's
against
true.
people attacking the town folk. So hopefully they'll know and understand. So wait, so am I just doing a D4?
no, it's a D10 and a
Oh,
D4
D10 and a D.
because
Okay,
of the roll and how my magic rules work. The
Right,
better the roll,
okay.
the better the result. The lower the roll, the more mediocre the result. Unless it's a crit fail, then oh man.
Right. So that's a 10 on the die, 6 and a 4. I don't add anything, right?
You add your dex or intelligence bonus to it.
So 15.
15. All right, that would.
I almost dropped my die.
And being it's a beam that would kill both Ryder and Ward. And being as it's bright, it's literally a beam of sunlight.
During
Gotta-
the evening hours.
It's a beam. Well, actually, it's a beam effect. I've got to see how many of them are actually hit by that. It might just be more than your initial target. Yep,
God,
2 more besides that take that damage as well. So you
just
technically
goblins.
kill.
There's no other people.
You, I mean, there's some soldiers that aren't engaged with the ones you're shooting at. They're fine. But no,
Okay,
you
good.
kill 3 riders near each other and their mounts as the beam. It's roughly, when it comes out, the beam itself is roughly about this thick. It's about basketball in circumference
Mhm.
whenever it comes out of these things. It's not like a thin little laser ray. It's like this. And that's the normal beam. You've added to it, so it's slightly wider than that when you fire it. So upon firing outward, it would blow a hole like that through Ryder and Warg, and Ryder and Warg and Ryder and Warg as they were kind of lined up.
Bad place,
Smells-
bad time.
Smells like bacon.
And I'm rolling for some of the goblins that were near that. Huh, nice. So the surrounding 9 goblins, mixed riders, and some of them are the crossbowmen, have all been temporarily blinded from the flash. So they're like, and they're somewhat adverse to sunlight anyway. They prefer night attacks, and some goblins prefer the night to the day, so
Right. Well, it's a
yeah,
good thing
a lot of
I
them would
use
be
that
like
for-
at that after firing the beam, and you even hear some of the soldiers like, "Holy shit, by the maker!" And some of them even grab their eyes like, "Ah!"
I should have yelled something.
Nah, that's just better. This is funnier.
You could technically give another go with that if you don't move.
Yeah, I don't think I'll move. What else is there?
More Warg riders, more crossbowmen.
Do we know
Half
how
the Warg
many?
riders are dead now.
Because of
10. There are still 10 Warg riders, and there are still, let's see, what, you killed 1, and so far none of them have died besides that, so there are still 9 crossbow-wielding goblins as well. But they're almost all of them literally blinded at the moment, so there is
Okay.
that.
Okay, so I'm assuming that I see that I blinded them with that first one.
Mhm.
Okay.
So they're at disadvantage for reaction rolls to beam attacks because they can't see.
Right. I'll aim for more Warg Riders.
Okay. Stonefish is just like, light those fuckers on fire. They, him and Halfbeard seem, even though they're in the middle of fighting, are like, fuck yeah, and they like start letting off with the wand.
So that would be 17 to hit again.
Yeah, that definitely does. With a 17, you just do regular damage, so a D10.
Okay.
I'm assuming you're going for the blinded ones, some of the ones that are blinded,
Yes,
Okay.
I am.
which isn't all of them, but some of them were.
That would be a 9.
Okay. So. Alright, you kill another rider and warg with that. Okay. So after that, seeing that, Halfbeard is just like, fuck yeah, get some! And goes running towards another one of the dazed or blound riders. Well, rolling, he has advantage, and that's a critical yet again with him. Oh my god. Okay, so he literally goes running up one of the dead corpses that you have made out of one of the riders, runs off it like a ramp,
no.
leaping through the air with the axe overhead, slices the rider from the top of his head through his groin and cutting his warg also in half. Would make a massive mess with one.
Did I just give him
What?
inspiration? Is that what that was? No, I'm just kidding.
Stone Fist. Oh, not a critical, a pretty decent damn roll. Damage. Holy shit, went off for max damage. So, okay, yeah, he runs up to one of the blinded crossbowmen that are kind of like rubbing their eyes and literally smashes his head off like a golf ball off of a tee. She comes up with a big swing over his head, and the goblin's head goes flying down the street from his shoulder.
From my count, are all of the wargs down? Are all of the warg
Almost.
riders down?
Damn near. Because there were 20 of them. Now there are only like 7 of them, and half of them are blind. Or
Okay.
temporarily, like, blound. Okay. Goblins and guards. Here we go. Rolling.
Wait, did
Oh, wait, no. It's your
Hammer
go.
go?
Shit. Hammer.
Hammers go.
Your go. Apologies.
It's okay. Hammer.
You're surrounded by blind enemies at the moment.
Hammer takes his pick and goes for the next warg.
Okay.
And crit.
Oh, yeah.
And
Okay. So max damage.
so D8 plus 5, so that's
13?
yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. That would
Well-
definitely...
Okay, go ahead.
Oh, yeah, no, that would definitely kill the... were you going for Rider or Warg?
Warg.
Oh, no, wait, no. Critical. Roll again. Don't add anything to it. Roll again.
16 on the die.
Okay. So, yeah, that kind of carries over like, kind of like Half-Beards did. So you literally, the pick end of it kind of goes through the torso of the rider and into the back of the warg, killing both of them.
Okay. And is there another warg or rider that's close enough for the D6? Oh, sorry, for the hand axe.
Yes.
Okay.
It's one of the crossbowmen.
That would be an 18.
That definitely hits.
Okay, D6. Roll. That would be a 6.
Okay. It doesn't die, but it looks like near death when you slam into it with your axe. Alright. So, now rolling for soldiers and goblins. Nice. Okay. So, as you're doing that, you would some of the wargs and stuff are snarling at you. Look like they're getting ready to go on a charge when what's left of like these pikemen and stuff come running up in a wedge with their spears out and literally skewer the ever-living shit out of a good handful of them in their charge, warg and riders. Making a gory smashing scene on that side. The small handful of crossbowmen that are left, as they're blind and everything, start scattering. They lose their morale roll, but they're kind of blindly scattering. So that would provide attacks of opportunity for you all. You can each take one.
Okay.
For the crossbows.
Fleeing crossbowmen, yeah.
Okay.
14.
That definitely hits.
17.
That also hits.
12 damage.
Alright, you would kill one as it's running by.
9.
9? You also kill one. With that wand, right?
Yeah.
And you had a 17 with that
I had a
roll, so that
17.
got a +2 to the damage.
Oh, so
That definitely
11.
carries through. And let me roll. Yeah, that would carry through and kill 2 of them as the beam burns through 2 individuals running away. Well, blindly kind of running in haphazard circles and shit because they're confused and blind.
Note to self: don't mention when you're having a raid. Look up.
Ah, no, come on. It's fine. Keep telling me about the raids because I couldn't hear them. It's a great thing I'm doing.
I don't
Aren't
want to
you
know if
fun with
like
this raid?
multiple raids happen.
No, no.
I
There's
said I
only
don't
the
want to
one.
know.
So yeah, it blows a hole through two of them, and yeah, they get annihilated. Uh, Let me roll. Good lord. Damn near max damage again. Alright, so Halfbeard, after his glorious slay, turns as one of the running and literally just holds his axe out furiously as it's running past, and almost in a weird way lets the fucker cut himself in half on his axe from mid waist. Literally just. Stupid bastard.
And this is why we let him get drunk.
Right?
Oh shit! I'm rolling nothing but criticals for Stone Fist. It's insane. All right,
Just keep
so
that.
he
Just keep that up. That's fine.
literally smashes one as it's running past, and its whole body, because they're about the size of halflings, its whole body explodes like a watermelon.
Do you remember Sir Gallagher?
Right? Oh man. But yeah, no, all of you'd be strewn in guts at this point. Well, except for Leandrin.
I would hope not.
No, they haven't gotten within 10 feet of you, any of them.
Well, we're just protecting the inn that we paid for the night for, so that's pretty much what we're doing.
Yeah, this
haven't been
town
touched.
square has barely been damaged at all, thanks to you guys. That pretty much the pikemen take care of the rest of the fleeing crossbowmen, so that unit's totally gone, and the wargs are on the rope with only 5 riders left. They haven't broken though. You're still not sure what's going on with the 2 ground units beyond around the hill. You hear fighting and see smoke, but you don't see. You still don't see what's going on over there. Unfortunately, because it's still unmanned. This file over here.
Oh no.
Mm-hmm. Let's spread some more. Mm. So yeah. Yeah. So that's burning. So you can see that obviously. All those buildings are now on fire. Yeah, let's see. It rounds back around. Yeah.
How
The
far
war
away are...
kind of reformed. They're all in the one spot now, in a wedge formation. The 5 of them that are left, somewhat pointing at your direction, somewhat looking at the pikemen. Kind of still where that symbol is at for the unit is where they are.
Okay. So is it my turn?
Yeah.
So you're saying
Okay.
that they're right here?
Yep. In a wedge. So 1 and then 2 on each of his flank. Like this.
Yeah.
Okay. I'll aim that direction with my wand. Fuck me. That would be 7 total. It was a natural 1. No.
With the wand?
5, 6, 7.
1 on the die?
It was an 8. Yeah, it
But
was a natural 1.
Oh shit. Alright, so roll the d20 by itself, don't add anything to it. Magical backfire. Shit.
Stop. 2.
2? Okay, so damn, that's damn near one of the worst results you could have gotten. I'm sorry. So in doing so,
I'm gonna kill myself, aren't you?
you sling the wand forward. Um, Instead of the beam firing outward, it wouldn't fire in a spear like it did the one time. That was a different result. This time, it
Backfires onto me. Sorry, go
it
ahead.
it basically has the same effect happen but maximized, and it would come from kind of just above
Okay.
in the spot. So it's like a big beam kind of firing down. It creates a big cone of sunlight.
Okay.
So
Ow.
everyone within that spot would have to make.
I'm sorry.
Constitution.
Well, I was gonna say kind of like a reflex or
Dexterity.
a dodge. Yeah, basically a dodge. And being as this is an artifact, the area is accurate in the circle I'm giving for how much of an area it covers.
So
everyone, would have
a
to make
dex
that.
save.
Yep.
Okay, so I got a natural 20, which puts me at a 25.
You see
Can
it
I
coming
take someone
down
with
with
me?
Wait, sorry, what?
Can I take someone with me?
With a nat 20, yes. Let me roll the foresighter and see who's literally near you in random. It is
And in
Hammer,
that circle.
because Hammer it would be the closest one to you. The other two went way forward in their attacks.
I got a nat 20 as well.
Awesome. Okay, so that means you guys would take literally only a point of damage each, as you were slightly singed, but are
Slightly?
able to dive back into the tavern.
8 points?
No, one. A point. Just one.
Oh, a point.
Okay.
Because of the critical.
I
If
heard
not,
8. I'm like,
you would be taking critical maximized damage.
Okay, a point of damage. Can I
Yes.
grab Halfbeard with me as I'm because I got the crit?
Yes.
Okay.
So
What
I
about-
will roll
What about Rock
for
Fist?
Stone Fist. You're not sure because you only have enough time to really grab half there, and you guys dive literally right into the entrance, probably knocking the door down. I want to say it did. You guys literally slammed through the door of the tavern
Oh, we'll likely have to pay for it, but it's okay. We're a little.
to its interior as it looks like day outside for a moment. So everyone else, they didn't make it, and unfortunately, they didn't.
Hey,
make
Mr. Ooks. Thank you for coming in. No, it's okay. You don't have to apologize. It's going pretty good.
I wasn't trying to
we
kill anybody but the goblins.
We have a goblin raid. This is a pretty
They have to know this.
hectic and interesting campaign that we're on. It's a lot of fun.
Okay. So you guys are lying on tavern floor.
But
with
yeah,
a
we're having a lot
big
of fun. How
glare
are
in
you?
your
How was your
field of
game?
view for a moment. The sunlight stopped, but I'm showing you the circumference, which is that yellow circle. That's how much that cone of sunlight came down on.
You're
it's
right.
in Dice
Is that any
Channel
better?
Right now, by the way.
I had it down about half as much
In
as
Dice
I
Channel.
usually have
It's
it.
in Dice Jail
so
right now.
Thanks for pointing that out.
Okay.
It's been naughty.
All right, and thank you for.
So whose
letting
turn
me
would
know.
that make it now? Or is it still
it'd be-
mine?
It'd be Halfbeard.
Okay.
He just kind of looks like up. He's laying on top of Hammer. He's like, what the hell just happened?
The sunlight tried to kill you.
Ugh. Ugh. All right. So,
Is there-
it'd just be smoke and steam coming in through the now broken doorway.
Stone Fist! And I wait for my turn to rush out for Stone Fist.
Did I kill him?
Combat in this area is over, so you can freely move. You
Okay.
hear battle in the distance, but combat around here is done.
Did I kill another one?
Okay, I go and I rush to where I last saw Stone Fist. It's okay, brother. It's okay, brother.
You'd see him. He's covered in second-degree burns, and blind, but he is alive.
This is currently a
He doesn't
two-player
really
campaign.
articulate. He's just horrendously burned and
What's
moaned.
happened is that we
Okay.
tried to get more people, but
I think I
didn't
have
find any.
a-
But we wanted to play anyway. So it's a
healing
two-player
potion
campaign
in my
for now.
bag. I'll give it to him. Because I haven't used any healing potions yet. So I would have at least one, right?
Yeah, you two had one apiece, and then
Right.
the other guys, they didn't get explorer or adventurer packs like you guys, so you only just had the two. So now this is the other one in the party being used. Go ahead and roll
Right.
the two six-siders. You roll for healing.
2-6?
Yep, two six-siders for the healing potion.
10 total.
Oh, nice. You gave him back all of his health. Or all the damage that was dealt to him, anyway. He was at
Hey, it's only fair.
he was at 2 points of health. And he's not blind now anymore, as because it's a healing potion, it would look like Wolverine's healing. It would heal over quickly, and his irises and his eye lenses grow back. Oh, I can see. I can smell
Good,
and
good.
taste again.
I'm so sorry.
As
He looks around
as
fine.
usual, you smell terrible. I don't want to know what you taste like.
Oh, everything else? Yeah, no. It would, again, be a horrendous smell. As there is charred, furry corpses everywhere. The writers and the
Thank you,
wargs
Mr.
are
Ooks.
definitely dead.
Appreciate you for being here.
Unfortunately, what was left of that unit of pikemen also suffered the same fate.
Yeah.
So there's about 20 dead soldiers also charred in the road.
Fuck.
So everything in this spot, including any villagers that were in alleyways or anything, or running through the streets, also died. There is a small, well, not a small, there's a, crowd of scorched corpses in the street and alleyways. Oh, and I guess the front overhang to the tavern, as well as the front overhang to one of the shops and the blacksmiths, like the front half of the blacksmiths, has all been literally blasted away into, cindering rubble. So there's building damage, but the buildings are still standing. Nothing's on fire. Everything's just horribly singed within the circle.
Right.
Yeah.
And there's a battle still going on down the way.
Yeah. Where the last two figures on the map are, those two units are still engaged over there, but you can't see it, you can only hear it.
Okay.
Should we?
Yeah.
Oh.
Let's book
Stone.
it.
Oh.
Okay.
So you start heading your way over there.
Yep.
That'd be full movement for everybody. You round the corner. Let me see how it continues to go. They get another round each. And okay. That's more like it. By the time you get around, it's what's left of that human unit finishing off the ground unit of goblins.
So they didn't need our help.
It
Not
looks
there.
like they lost it looks like the human unit or the town's unit lost about half its number in killing this unit of goblins. But now all the goblins, as you're rounding the big hill, the big rocky hill, are being finished off by these soldiers. Those fires that I encircled, it can't really spread any further than it spread, so that starts to die down.
I'm still want
But
to try something.
burning.
Not.
I still want to.
We don't want them to think that we were the ones who blew up their buddies. So.
What do you mean? Over there?
Yeah. So I know that
How
you're
do you-
thinking of the frozen wand. Is that what you're thinking, or
The frost one
Possibly.
does send out a beam of cold. There's nobody in that burning area. I
I know,
guarantee
but
it. Anything that's in those red circles is dead. Definitely dead.
I've already put while we were running to this spot, I've already put away the wand.
the amber wand?
Oh,
The amber wand. It's
speaking
back
of
in its
which,
holster.
you know the rune that was on the amber wands? You would feel a slight twinge of pain when you did do that. Now that things have calmed down, you would look at the palm of your hand. That rune has been scorched into it,
Into my hand.
into your palm.
I don't say anything.
Mm.
I
Okay.
just put it in my holster and we booked it and ran. But it doesn't look like that fire is spreading anymore. Right? Said
Sorry, what was that again?
you said the fire wasn't going to be spreading anymore.
Not beyond that area. It's gonna burn for a while, but because it's got plenty to burn off of. But it's not gonna keep. Not everything's like dry and dead or anything, so it's not gonna spread really beyond that because there's nothing to spread to within reach anyway.
Do I notice if there's any troughs or water or anything nearby?
Some near some of those buildings that are near it and stuff, but nothing beyond like a horse trough or like a rain barrel.
Okay, I'll look to the soldiers and ask if there's any.
They're starting to already try to grab water and stuff.
Okay.
They're kind of almost the same mind. As soon as they stop killing goblins, they're like, oh shit, fire.
Right. I'll join them and trying to find whatever water and ask them where I can potentially and help out.
Okay, so do all of you kind of assist in the fire
Yeah.
fighting situation, or what are the rest of you doing?
These people
Sorry, I
haven't
should
been
say.
jerks to us, so yeah, Hammer would help, especially
Okay.
if it's helping the halflings and their town
So
out.
about, I'd say 10 more, 15 more minutes, the fires get put out to a satisfactory degree. All the buildings within that spot got ruined. Like, there's not much to salvage, but they, the fire's done now with your guys' assistance and everything, and they can build back. Oh, shit. I accidentally got rid of the whole thing.
Oops.
Control Z. There we go.
Yeah.
Oh, it's on
Okay.
top.
No, that's okay. It's all done and over there. I was getting rid of the red circles. Where the yellow circle is doesn't matter anymore. And what's left of that unit doesn't, really matter. It's like 20 soldiers.
Mhm.
Lest all of a sudden you're like, fuck you guys, I
Not yet.
see the roll back on there. But that is what's left of the forces.
Fuck.
They have 20 men to defend the whole town. The rest died in the night raid. Half slaughtered before they could do anything because they were caught by surprise in their sleep.
Right.
So the chieftain of that raid party was named Mr. Ooks, I'm guessing.
Who's the one that dropped the raid on you?
Mr. Ooks.
Mr. Ooks? Sure. We'll say that the lead goblin that was in charge of that raid. His name was Ook.
Hello, Miss
Ook.
Miss You. How are you? You're not raiding. It's just a random person who I know from other things in here. It's not a raid. Hi, Miss.
Nope, I can confirm.
Hi, Miss You. How are you?
I want to head back and check
Alright,
on
this isn't
Lemon.
fire anymore. That's just what got destroyed.
Right.
Alright, Lemon is actually under a table whimpering at that because, I mean, she's seen combat now, definitely, in your guys' travel, but not mass combat. And not giant exploding spells, so
Right.
she's
Will
whimpering
she-
under a table.
I get close to her. Will she come to me?
Yeah.
Okay. I wasn't sure if she saw me do the magic and was just like, no, you killed a bunch of people. I don't want to talk to you.
So some people are now like looking out from behind tables in the bars and stuff, like the halfling owner and everything. Oh, it's over.
It's
Over.
over.
One of those goblins had an incendiary device. Those fuckers killed themselves.
Oh, what are the goblins doing this far south?
I was about to ask the same thing. Those mine thieves are all should not be here, anywhere near here.
Right.
We
So some guards would show up outside of the tavern.
mm-hmm.
The one that looks.
Everything okay?
I think so. Hold on, just a second.
We heard
Is all right?
that.
We heard the crashing sound.
All right, hold on a sec. I'll go check on that.
Okay. That must have been loud if we heard it.
Miss You, if you haven't heard it today, you're awesome. You're amazing. Thank you for being here, and thank you for all that you do. All right, sorry, just doing the chat interaction stuff, which is difficult during D&D, but gotta get it done. So, that was fun. You
Hope
okay?
Everything's okay.
Everything's
No,
okay.
it's-
We just.
Well, no, I meant like with that crash.
Oh yeah, yeah. It's okay. Gives us a little bit of time to have a breather after that random raid out of nowhere. So character.
Doing.
What am I doing? I am. I've not.
Everything's good.
Oh, good.
Good. We heard it over here, and we're just like,
Oh no! Hope everything's all right. Yep.
It was just a bin of Legos. So it sounded worse.
Yeah,
Oh.
that'll do it.
Hmm. Yeah, I thought it was glass or something. I was like,
I know,
"Oh,
that- that's why I'm like, is everything okay?
all right. Let's see. Oh yeah, town guard outside of the tavern. Being as the door has been smashed in, he just kind of leans his head in. And he's just like, "Oh, you the ones covered in goblin guts.
Yeah.
Can I talk to you on your party?"
Yep.
It's okay.
Alright, so step out into the street. A lot of people, once they start looking back out the windows and stuff of these buildings, would some of them would be like, oh, and some people would run out into the streets. And people have been crossbowed and warged and chewed upon and sliced, or mostly incinerated. So there's a lot of people now coming out and mourning over dead bodies and things like this while this is going on. And the guard would just kind of, or the soldier would take you to the side of that in the streets. And he's just like, thank you for your definite assistance in that.
Well, what was that all
no
about?
worries.
The goblins, you don't expect them this far north.
No, you don't.
Absolutely.
The fucking mine hoppers.
Completely unexpected. This got to do with the curse. It's got to.
Yeah.
Curse? What curse?
Damn curse from the damn witch lady. The castle over in Midland. The
Oh.
one that they've been besieging, the one that they've been blaming.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They're like, oh, that's got to be more of her bullshit. There's a curse further up the road if you head north. The whole area has been dark for weeks. And it's slowly spreading.
Right.
I'm assuming this is just a continuation of that. And all the dead that were washing up, all the dead animals and dead fish that were washing upstream until a few days ago. It seems to have slowed almost to a stop, but first that, then darkness cutting off the roads, and now raids.
Can you tell us where this darkness started so that we can avoid it?
Yes, a few weeks after that witch bitch in that castle across the way let those damn sun freaks in for shelter. Then the darkness came. Then the dead fish and dead river started happening.
Where did the darkness start?
A fortnight ago.
No, where?
Oh, north. Just slightly north up the road here, actually. If you go about, if it's by foot, half a day's travel. If it's by cart, a little less. Up
Okay.
that way.
Okay.
The
Well,
village had to clear
we're heading through that way, so we might we'll have to try to avoid that as much as possible.
Very.
Can you
Not
tell
in the
us
direction of the castle, mind you. That's more east.
Can you tell us the direction where it actually is? Is there like a town that's centered on it, or?
Well, no, there was a village that was somewhat near it, but abandoned. We had to clear it out because the darkness just spread.
Oh. Well,
it's like it's perpetual night within an area that is slowly growing.
Okay. Well, that's interesting. We might have to end up finding a different route around. Can you tell us of a good route that doesn't go through there?
Yes, there's side roads that run near it, but that are still functional. We worry within time if the curse and that witch bitch doesn't get taken care of soon, it'll spread over them as well. I have to send word to the castle, to the liege lord. Town has been sacked. We are very low on number. We will not survive another raid such as that.
I imagine not.
I've never encountered them before. I'm going to ask you this before you leave. Any of you know of goblin attacks? I've only ever heard of them.
The what attacks?
Goblin attacks.
Do you know anything about goblins?
So dwarves have tales of goblins who come and steal mines, but I've never actually been through a goblin attack before.
But what have you, foreigner? He points at you, Leandrin.
Right. So question for you, GM. You said I've heard I knew it was goblins.
Yeah, you've even seen goblin raids in your lifetime. they menace you and the dwarves. Elves and dwarves get menaced by them constantly.
Right. So,
This is way, way more organized than you're used to seeing them.
right. Okay, that's what you had said. I know you had said something, but I couldn't remember. I'll just tell the guard the truth of I've seen them before. This is the most organized I've ever seen a raid from them.
I've heard the story of them being pretty stupid, which tells me that this was directed by someone.
But
Probably
by who?
that witch. The witch lordess that we're trying to get out of that damn castle. Out there in Midland, where it all started.
I just nod my head and smile, like, okay, to that.
Half Beard has been, besides killing them, has been kind of quiet.
Mhm.
He's looking at some of the bodies.
Okay.
I've fought these before in my time. And you're right. So is that guard. This is way, way more organized than I'm used to ever seeing them being. Little fuckers. Look at this. He points at the ones that aren't burned, but bodies of those died by other means.
Right.
It's shittily done, but look at that. It's a moon. Painted on their fucking shitty equipment. They all have it. He picks one up that's like a shitty banner that one of the Ward Riders had. It has a moon, like a crescent moon, kind of shittily painted on it.
I'll grab one of those and I'll try to like stealthily do it so the guard doesn't really like pay attention to me or see me do it, but I'll grab one of those and just like put it in my satchel thingy.
Okay.
Just for future reference.
Yeah, you can either make a stealth or sleight of hand roll to do that, or
Skill. Let's see. Do I have? I should have sleight of hand. I'm a rogue. Sorry.
So
I'm
I'm gonna go out and I'm gonna see if I can find, no, that I'm not Marcus. I can't pilfer the dead like Marcus would. Never mind.
There's a lot of people like mourning and crying and shit like that too over all
right.
the dead all over the place.
So 15.
Aftermath. 15? Okay, yeah, nobody knows.
Okay. So it's in my satchel now, or my little pouch. Because I'm all about the symbols right now.
Let's see, that whole affair was maybe 20 minutes, so it's still early evening. Or early night, not evening. It's early night. So if you guys, the halfling, I mean, if you do end up staying, the halfling would give you your money back for saving his tavern.
Okay.
You can stay in the suite as long as you wish. You saved my business.
Okay.
Well, I'll give him a gold to fix the door.
Oh, thank you. That'll take care of all the damages.
So I'll take back the silver.
Internally, I feel bad that I had caused that, but I'm not gonna say that out loud. So you get a gold.
All right. I mean, he'd be happy about that. And he's just like, we are fortunate that you came by. Such kind travelers.
Yeah, we'll go with that. So 3 silver added back.
He tells one of the maidens, and you would have brass tub baths drawn for those of you covering goblin entrails. Which would be the three dwarves. What's funny is the elf is still, for the most part, pretty much clean. It's the dwarves that are all covered in sinew and stuff.
She's probably
Blood.
still gonna want a bath anyway, just because that whole thing.
Could I get my mail scrubbed down? And I'm talking about my armor.
Yeah. It'll be nice and polished for you by the morning.
Okay.
And also, do you guys? This is probably outside of your normal area, but would you guys be willing to do and give Lemon, pointing to the dog, would you be able to do something for her?
Yeah.
Maybe clean her up?
We bathe accompanying animals and things
Okay.
as well.
Okay, then maybe it's not so out of the ordinary question.
And what about Rockfist and Halfbeard? Do they get as much wine and drink as they want?
Yeah.
That's dangerous. So
they're just drinking and being like, "Hey, see, I knocked that guy's head off. I saw that. It was fucking great."
Did you see that that melon that got smashed? Good one on that one. That's Stonefist.
I kind of like chuckle and stuff out throughout the rest of the evening. You guys would enjoy that, and for the most part, have your conversations. But like I said, you'd still hear it'd be kind of the lament of the town outside, as that's being slowly dealt with throughout the night. Probably carry into morning and
Probably.
everything. The moving of dead and people weeping in the streets and stuff.
So how many silver pieces did I need to create the little flute?
Oh, what were you making it out of again?
Silver pieces.
Oh, you're making it out of silver pieces, not. So you could probably buy silver here and just make it out of silver.
Oh, okay. So how much would I need to?
Equivalently, it'd be like, let's see, to buy a bar of silver, or at least a chunk of silver. That'd be 5 silver.
Okay, so I paid 5 silver to give Leandrin a gift for her doggy.
Okay.
What are you keeping track? Keeping score?
No, I am
Just
keeping
kidding.
track of my money.
I'm kidding.
Okay.
So do we get a full night?
After that, yeah. Nothing else happens.
Okay.
A long rest?
When we wake up, do we? Oh, long rest. So that gives us our 1 hit point back. So I'm guessing.
Yeah, unless you've got something like a Constitution modifier.
Okay.
It's
So-
1 plus your con mod per day.
Well, since I took 1 damage, that's only 1.
Okay.
Yeah, I only took 1 damage too.
So I am back up to full.
Dude. Okay.
So
So are we gonna continue going for the day?
I mean, I'm good to keep going if we want to keep playing. Or
Yeah, I can keep running for a little while longer. Yeah.
what about you, Aaron?
I just have like dinner ready.
Okay.
Oh,
So
Half
take
an
a-
hour, 15 minutes. How much time?
I could
20?
do.
20.
Are you? Yeah. Okay. I'm good with 20.
yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, sorry. I just want to make sure cuz like yeah.
Oh no, you're totally all right. And then after the 20, I'll probably give it like another hour or so, and then we'll maybe
Okay.
call it good from there. If you guys are okay with that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
we go a little over, that's also fine too. I'm not like on a time crunch or anything.
No, nor am I. I just.
Trying to set myself a window so we're not always doing 8-hour sessions.
Oh, come on.
No, these are a lot of fun. I'm having a lot of fun with this.
It's awesome. It is.
Right.
It is pretty awesome. Don't get me wrong, I'm way excited. Yep, I'll grab myself some food as well, and I will meet you guys back up soonly. See you in 20.
Sounds good.
Awesome. Yay, raid.
Yay.
Goblin raid. Oh no, but yeah. Weird little organized group of goblins with a moon symbol.
Well, I'm guessing that has something to do with what we're dealing with right now too, but we'll talk about that in about 20 minutes. So
sounds good. See you soonish.
All right, so I know that this isn't D&D, but I'm just playing a little bit of Slay the Spire while I'm waiting on that time to tick down. I already had some food. Ooh, this is rare. I can buy. Okay, upon pickup, upgrade 2 random attacks. Start each elite combat with 2 strength. Yeah, I'll go for a whetstone. Yeah, we'll go for the mystery. As you walk into the room, you hear a gurgling and the grinding of metals. Before you is a slime-like creature that ate too much scrap for its own good. From the center of the creature, you see a glint of strange light. Perhaps something magical? It looks like you can get some treasure if you just reach inside. It's opening. However, the acid and sharp objects may hurt. I'll lose 3 hit points. Lose 4 more hit points. And yeah, I like it. Start each combat with 10 block. Yeah, worth it. I'm going to go this route. Yeah, let's go ahead and grab a trap. And then we'll take another 20 damage. We'll go this route. And keep doing dumb stuff. Become cursed to grab more money. Yep. We'll go this route. This music surprisingly goes really well with this game. And thank you for everyone who's stuck around for this stream. I appreciate each and every one of you. This has been a lot of fun. I didn't realize just how much fun I'd have coming back to D&D and streaming it all the time. As far as that goes, I appreciate those of you that are actually watching, if there's any. If not, then I appreciate you for coming along for the ride if you're watching the VOD. A lot of fun goes on here. And hopefully I'm not too boring for you. Alright, we'll go for that. And then we'll go for that.
Welcome back. Can you hear me? Okay.
Hello?
Hello, I hear you.
Took long enough.
It's okay. It
I know.
happens. Tech Support Sunday. How was dinner?
Delicious.
What'd you have?
Steak.
Ooh, that does sound delicious.
It was very. Ugh. Do 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 do.
Do.
Yep.
Well, that was an interesting encounter, I will say.
Yeah. Don't get raided again
Don't get
During-
Oh no.
during this.
Or I just won't say anything about it.
Right. And hopefully he won't be watching either.
Yeah, well.
I said hopefully. I don't know. The only time you don't want him watching.
Yeah, pretty much. Let's see. Oh, that's right. I was going to pull up my stream again on my gaming PC. Let's see. Twitch. Rukov. I'm paying attention. I'm paying attention.
Okay.
Just kidding. I'm not paying attention ever. feeling any better after having that food, or still tired?
Oh yeah. Oh, I'm almost always tired these days.
I hear you. If not for the heat, it's difficult to sleep nowadays.
Yeah.
I decided to change up how I have my air conditioning, and I added. Well, I basically have the air conditioning unit in my daughter's room, and I used to have a fan just blowing straight onto me, but I decided that I'd just put a fan in the door so that it actually circulated well, and it actually seems to be working better. So.
That's good. Deskied.
And the only reason why you're getting the critical fails with the wands is because you're the one that's actually using the wands more often. So don't feel bad about it.
Too late. Already do.
It's okay. No one has died yet today.
Yet.
Well, like a bunch of the townspeople and the army died, but you know, that's besides the point. So I'm guessing, just based off of oh, hi. We can see you. You got yourself on mute. But I'm guessing, based off of the moon thing, that that town where there's the darkness going on, that's where there's a site of everything that I mean, there might be another artifact there, or that we didn't have, a marking for, or that's where it's all originating from.
Maybe.
And
but I'm taking it as a clue.
it's a clue, a clue.
Or whatever.
No, it is a clue. You've still got
Can't
yourself
hear
muted.
you, Uni.
There you go.
Yeah.
My stomach is happy.
Right. It's the next day.
The next day.
I mean, unless there. No. Yeah, we already covered that. Okay. Yeah.
Or is all of our armor nice and clean, or is it ready to go?
Mhm.
Okay.
Yeah. Everything is. The next day is like ready to rock.
Okay. So Hammer puts his armor back on, and we get ready to go. So the cart isn't affected by this because it was in the back. As I understand it, it was in the back of the things that were going on here, right? Or did I go and check on the cart?
The cart's fine. It was in the stables and whatnot. Most of that didn't get touched. Like that portion of town didn't really get touched. It was the other side that kind of they were going through, and their advance stopped there, so they didn't really press further on that side at all. That was also a really big number of them as well. Organized, and the number of them was also a little unusual.
Right.
Yeah. So, are we gonna go and raid the Castle Anthrax, aka the Dark Cloud, to see if we can get through it?
Well.
Don't we have like a lord or some shit to deal with too?
A lord? Is that what you said?
Yeah,
LORD?
yeah. Or is that not the hell exactly are we helping this castle with?
Oh no, we're not. We're not helping any castle. We're. I'm making the assumption that
Well,
that
I
darkness.
did offer our services, though.
Oh, that's right. The lady.
If that's what he's talking about.
Stone
Is that what
says-
you were talking about?
Yeah, Halfbeard's just like, yeah. But, so you what? We think this has got something to do with this lord too, or do you think this is unrelated?
At this point, honestly, I wouldn't be surprised either way.
Stonefist is just like,
I mean, I know that's not necessarily the answer you're looking for, but
Stonefist is like, well, they keep mentioning that most of this crap happened like a couple of weeks ago, and then definitely the same time junk started.
Yep.
Well, I mean, it can't all be that guy. I mean, he could be, I guess, taking advantage of situations, but
I
mean, I
don't
don't
think
know.
it's that guy.
Well, we don't know.
Well, if you remember right, we had that map that we were looking at in that cave. Do you remember that one? There.
Yeah. Well, Stonefist is like, no, I didn't see it.
No,
But,
no. So
and
we saw this
it's like,
map that was in this cave, and it ranged throughout the entire world. It wasn't just us. It wasn't just that place that we were at. It was all over the world. So it couldn't have been just that one guy. It's got to be some guy that's dealing with it. So we got some work to do if we want to get our revenge.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I mean, it's pretty crazy though, to think that I don't think I mean, not even the 5 countries are that big of an organization. I mean, do you really think that there's that many of these some weirdos out there?
I don't
Wow.
know.
Well,
I wish I had pardon me, sorry. I wish I had answers.
Oh, shit. So, wait, what exactly is it that we're doing from this point on then?
Well,
It's a great question.
We've got gnomes to talk to about magic. We've got this dickhead lord to look into, and then we've got weird darkness. Up that way, I guess? And then we still got the north.
where's that lord at, so that we can look into him a little bit better?
That would be the closest location is the next castle over.
Okay. So
We could head that way and look into him since he's closest.
yep. Also, we need to reprovision, and this town isn't really the place to reprovision.
No,
Still,
not anymore.
nope. They ain't. The price is gonna go higher again. Oh, well, I mean, we could look around because we could be famous rather than infamous. Who knows? Let's see what
Yeah, there's no living witnesses to the wand mess up, so
Gee, thanks.
Oh no, it's all you. So
That's what I'm saying. Gee, thanks.
so, we could go see if there, there's anything that we could purchase from like what's left of the town. The Is the apothecary in the area that we were in? No, it was an alchemist, not an apothecary. Is the alchemist in the part of town that survived, or was that part of the town that went bye-bye?
I'm rolling that up right now. The apothecary was in the fire.
Okay.
So
was the library.
Nope. Of course it was.
Or, well, I should say
Hooray!
the
Scroll works.
yeah.
Close
It was a
enough.
full-blown library, but it was a scroll rectory.
Scroll rectory, yeah.
So the information district, basically, the shops of higher thought and everything were all in that area. For the more complicated skills beyond regular town stuff was in the area that got burned, unfortunately, from what I just rolled.
It's okay.
Of course it was. You know, you didn't have to roll, and you could have just let it be. Just kidding.
I like probability dice.
I'm kidding.
Okay, so you're planning on heading to what's his face's yeah, you don't even know his name, just the local lord, the one that's potentially been causing problems. So you're heading to his castle?
Mm-hmm.
That's the one that last night
So,
the guard was talking to us about, or was he talking about the one that they're sieging?
The one that they're sieging.
I asked the
They're
landlord.
blaming all
So,
of
what's the
it
name
on
of
that
your
castle.
lord around here?
Oh, the lord? Blackadder.
Blackadder? Blackadder?
Yes.
Okay.
2 words.
Okay.
Well, no, it's kind of 2 words, but it's one. It's Blackadder.
Yeah. Does he have a bowl cut? And does he look like Mr. Bean?
Well, he's a decent head of hair and a rather nice goatee.
Oh, okay.
Is he hot? No, I'm just kidding.
It would look like Rowan Atkinson.
He
Then
does
no,
look like
he's not hot.
He does not, or he looks okay. He does look like Rowan Atkinson. Okay. All right.
Then he's not hot.
No, I think that Uni understood that I caught the reference.
And the castle is just called Adder Castle.
Adder Castle. Okay.
Should we head that way then?
Yeah. Let's head that way.
Oh, the town was Adder Hill.
Oh,
The
so
town you were just in.
okay. And like, is there any like supplies at all that we can purchase from, like any food stuffs, or is it?
Yeah, you could.
Okay.
It's not all gone.
No, no. Most of those shops are actually untouched. What got burned was the more,
Professional.
yeah, like the alchemists and the scroll makers and things.
Okay.
As for like regular shops and the blacksmith, things like that, that was actually in the area that you guys were in. So you actually successfully defended most of that. So
Okay, so I go and purchase more meat and mead. Assuming that they have mead.
Yeah, they do. That'd be a basic.
And I'm assuming that the other two dwarves are buying more mead than meat.
Yeah.
There any breads around?
Oh yeah, no.
Bakeries?
All your basic foods, like all of that, was left untouched.
Mm-hmm.
So
Well,
all
good.
basic gear and what have you, and basic like items and equipment are all there. Anything more like complex than your basic stuff, they'll unfortunately burn in the other district.
Well, shit.
So, as far as this goes, yeah, like we get the food that we need. I'm assuming it's another silver or two, or how much do we have to spend on food? Copper, 2 copper, how much?
What for? Just for the day, or you mean for to reload up on traveling?
To reload up on traveling stuff.
For everyone, when you could keep it on the cart, when, I'd say it'd be a silver
A
Okay.
silver. Okay.
for
Um,
about a week for 4 people, and your goats.
Okay. Goats just eat what's the grass on the side.
For the most part, yeah, but they do benefit from eating the actual,
Oh yeah. So I get
other than
oats and some hay.
especially if you're trying to get that one to produce milk of quality.
Right.
Yeah.
You'll have to feed it well.
All right. So is it is it dried up, or is that female dried up, or do we have to?
Uh,
I'm
she hasn't
so
reduced a
sorry,
whole
Link.
lot yet, but give a couple more days probably.
Okay. So
Sounds good.
All right. So you guys make your way to the castle. You can see it from somewhat on the horizon, so it's within like a day's travel
Right.
mhm.
of Adder Hill. So let's see what along the way. Kind of just like some standard traveling fare, but not an actual fare, but like just people
Mhm.
and what have you. Um, and then coming up over, you'd see that it rests on a lake. Well, Lake Island it itself isn't built directly into the lake, but and yeah, you would have been coming from the rest. So your entrance is meh, coming in onto the map
Okay.
where that little blue circle is.
Little boo
You see
circle.
each one of the squares on that map. It's a little fuzzy, but the squares on that map each are 20 to give you kind of the scale of the castle.
Okay. So it's a big castle.
It's a big one.
And it's a proper castle. It's not a castle and that actually has a town built within it, like the one that you were just at Golden Flax.
Mhm.
Yeah. So you would see that and its bridge and everything, and it's the portcullis of the um, Bastilin over the bridge has a drawbridge down for now, and the walls are definitely manned with men that are ready for battle, but are just kind of there.
Hmm.
Yep.
So we can approach
Yeah.
and
So
just see what happens, kind of, sort of thing, if we wanted to.
yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Shall we approach?
Yep. As far as this goes, I'm not too concerned because we don't have any. I mean, it would be nice for us to have some wares to keep going with that, but we'll approach and see if they have any land to purchase that that we can survey for a mine. So
Okay.
All right. So you would get to the portcullis. You guys just kind of roll up on your cart.
mm-hmm.
All right. Well, guy would look down and be like, "Hey, deliveries."
Not quite. We're looking for information on a good place to start a mine.
Ah. Well, then you'd need to talk to the oh crap, what's the name of that title? He's not talking about the Lord. He's like, yeah, you'd have to talk to the Beetle.
The beetle.
They're basically like higher end office clerks for lords and things
Oh.
like that. They go over all this kind of stuff that you're talking about. Well, and you're not actually looking to survey land, so you technically have to roll to lie to this guy.
I kind of am, but okay, I'll do deception. 18.
Okay. He's like, yeah, but I'll do you taking up with a beetle, but that'd be during normal time. The lordom is on high alert due to all the curses. So I can take your name, relay it to a list. You return maybe in a fortnight's time or so, and he'll be able to see you about that. Land's not going anywhere.
Okay. Will.
Fortnite.
So that's 2 weeks.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Okay. I don't really have a place that I'm going to. We're just looking from place to place. So I guess if this land is in trouble, we may want to head elsewhere. Are you saying what kind of man is your
Beetle.
is your beetle?
Is it a human?
What kind of is he? A good man? Is he an honest man? Is he a pious man?
Yeah. What are you, religious folk? You don't
No,
look the type.
sir. Just want to know, for my own benefit, to know how to treat him. That's another bad deception.
I mean,
Okay.
just you know. Oh yeah, I mean you can go ahead and roll that. But he's like, yeah, well, I mean you got whatever. I guess he goes to church every once in a while. I mean, if that's what you're asking, but we all do. I don't know. You treat him like anybody of office.
Okay.
It's not beating him anytime soon. You kind of chuckle until the guards have trouble with him. But, until all the magic fuckassery is taken care of, we're not really receiving many people. So I can put your name on a list. Like I said, you make your rounds back.
Have you had any magic fuckassery in your town? Or in the castle?
What? A castle? No. All that's overseen by the court wizard, and there's no fuckassery there.
Okay. But you've
Fact,
only heard of
looking
things going
into
on
the mess.
elsewhere.
Well, no, I mean, he's looking into the mess, and he's the one that helped find the source of the problem. Stupid Lord Witch, or Witch Lady, crossed the border. All the curses started coming from that area. And we've had problems with her and her house before. So, I mean, he's doing a good job. I mean, what do you want to know? I mean, if you're worried about land and everything, there is still plenty in all of Easterhold. Even some in this lordom further south. I could direct you to the Baron, the southern Baron of the lordom, near the southern border. He'd be able to help you out with a lot of mining land. That shit's not cursed.
Mm.
Might be better to head south or further east till we get this all sorted.
Having realized that he's not really good at talking, Hammer looks at Leandrin like, go ahead.
I don't know what to say. That was not Leandrin saying that. That was me. So, okay, so essentially we want to go in and talk to this lord guy?
or either go in and talk to him directly, or see if he has actual why the hell he's blaming her for the whole thing. He might actually believe it, he might not, but he's caused problems for their region before, on and off politically, and it seems like he's just jumping on the opportunity. Vincent, hey, go. Go on, you do. Go watch your show for a minute. No. Go on. Go on. Anywho,
Right.
so you can
Um.
see how or why they're doing this, and if they're actually involved with the cult or not, or if they're
Right.
behind any of this shit, is what she was saying. She suspects them of it,
Right. But okay.
but it's both sides kind of pointing the finger at each other. Really, when you think about it, there's some evidence to suggest some of these things, but it's all kind of gray right now. You're not sure who's telling the truth, who's doing what or what.
Well, and we
It
are
could all literally
already-
situations because of the dungeons, and that's it, or it could be something more. That's kind of the gray area that you sit in right now with this whole situation.
We aren't even in either of their lorddoms for Cheese Wheel. So there's no reason why that any of this should have to do with Cheese Wheel. This is all to do with something that's far
No,
beyond.
I meant
Oh, go ahead.
in a hand, yeah.
What was
Between
that?
two items.
So
Okay. So the beetle that he just spoke of is not the guy we initially want to see. It's
No,
just who he's referring because Hammer's saying.
you guys are looking for mine, yeah.
We have reason to believe that it's beyond. What's her name again? I forgot. The
Moonflower?
witch lady,
Yeah, Lady Moonflower.
Moonflower.
Mhm.
It's beyond Lady Moonflower's doing.
What makes you think that? Some more of the guards start looking over the wall and stop chuckling, and are now paying attention a little more intently to the conversation.
Shit, I shouldn't have said anything.
Stonefist kind of nudges, like, come on. Starting to get nervous.
I know I am too. That was me, not Leandrin.
Yeah.
I just may have talked myself into a corner. Shit. So did you say Cheese Wheel was outside of the?
Of that lady's lordom, and
Yeah.
Yeah, it was. It was the lordom over.
Have you had any problems with stocking dairy lately in the past few weeks?
Not
Or
for
cheese
the
or
most part. No, we're pretty good on most of those things. There's a little less of it coming from the west, but big surprise, all the roads and shit are cursed over there. But nothing that's been detrimental. I mean, we're a full-blown kingdom unto ourselves, I mean,
True.
yeah,
You probably wouldn't be getting your own. My reason being is because everybody in that kingdom has not been getting their normal stock of
of cheese.
of cheese and dairy products, and not sure why. So we've reason to believe that it extends past that kingdom into another land that normally would stalk.
They now look.
She's saying this a lot better than I am saying this. I hope you know that.
Yeah, I mean, they would still be kind of confused. Subject to all of a sudden switch to the trade of dairy.
Right, but
So they're like
the
trying to
point
keep
I'm
up
trying
with.
to get across is that I don't think it's starting in that. I believe it's starting farther than that. So I would like to talk to anybody inside to see.
About cheese?
Sure.
Roll a persuasion check.
They all seem very
Okay, DM.
True though, yeah. I was gonna say, go ahead and give either a charisma or a persuasion roll. I mean, they're both based off of charisma, but one is more directly lying, and the other one is, I mean, you're kind of confusing the shit out of them at the moment.
I'm confusing the
So-
shit out of myself.
But confusion can also be useful. So it's really more.
Can I use the
more
deception
persuasion.
instead?
Deception
Okay.
also, yeah.
Deception?
Yeah, deception or just kind of a straight charisma roll.
Oh, straight charisma?
Hmm.
Oh. Sorry, I'm just looking up my skills. 22?
So you wanted to talk about like some kind of trade incident. You think you might have some information on these curses?
Yes.
Okay, hold on a minute. And
We've
they
heard
sent-
we've heard of more curses that throughout the land because we've been traveling far and wide for the last 2 weeks.
Well, all right. I just sent a
Oh
runner.
my
out.
gosh.
There's
Have
This
someone-
is Aaron, not Leandrin speaking.
There's
but
two
holy
other
fuck.
there's two other kingdoms that we know that have had the same shit. Can't just be one incident, I don't think. But we don't know for certain.
Thank you. That's what I was trying to put into words, but Aaron cannot do words today.
All right. A
Well,
few minutes.
I'm sorry.
No,
While you're talking to them, the poll calls and everything, a few minutes later, the runner would like come back and he rode off on a small pony to cross that bridge and then come back faster. But he comes back and with him as accompanied another horse. You would see almost like your stereotypical kind of look to it, but the man is wearing a pointed hat,
Damn it.
tilted to the side, and robes. He is not majorly bearded, but he has massive mutton chops that grow
Okay.
wildly from the sides of his head.
Not the man we want.
Oh no, it's the man
essentially.
we want.
One of
Oh, it
his
is.
eyes are glowing orange, like a solid orange.
Oh, it's the wizard.
And then he comes riding up on his own. And he comes over to the portcullis. A few moments later, he gets up on the wall and he looks down. What's this about knowing about the curses?
Well, we just came. we just
someone
came.
from the Enchanted Lands.
Yeah. That ain't me.
Usually better with my words, but I apologize
No,
for any
no,
confusion.
I just wish that my character was more charismatic because I can't.
Oh,
I-
I'm charismatic as fuck. I just can't words.
Yeah.
Me, Aaron, can't words. Lorandrin can probably speak you under the table, though.
He looks you guys up and down for a moment while you're speaking. I mean, you can roll perceptions on this or not.
Oh, he's looking for magic. But I'll roll perception on that.
Quirk
to see-
an eyebrow.
I got a 22 for perception.
I got 16.
He looks you up and down, and after doing so, becomes very interested in you. It's subtle, but his whole demeanor kind of shifts. He almost seems quietly excited. Yes.
We were
Well?
just leaving. Have a great day. Just kidding.
I'm afraid I would like to speak with you in private, not around. He looks at the guards and everything. Compromisable is. It appears you know a lot more than what you are saying, and it could be out of your own protection. You could be in danger, and I'd like to discuss this.
Yeah, come on out. We'll talk to you.
No, I'm inviting you into the castle. Yes.
Oh, and we're inviting you out.
Join me for dinner.
I don't want to be dinner.
What? I didn't say anything about having you for dinner. Disgusting. He would literally just say that. Ugh. Disgusting. I'd rather eat my own horse.
I agree, and I walked in. Start walking in.
You fools. They raise the gates, the portcullis, and everything. Inform the master of the kitchens to prepare a hearty feast. Dwarves have quite the appetite.
What?
Break out. He said dwarves have quite the appetite. Break out the summer ales for them, and prepare a heavy banquet for our weary travelers. They have traveled far, and they carry information, very dire information. Quick! He slaps his hands, and they all just kind of hop to like he's the one in charge. And it's just like, Orphax.
I
Name.
am called Hammer. What are you called?
Orphax.
Warfax? Okay.
Horror facts, in a way, if you need me to say it slower.
Waterfax?
Horror facts. Don't be upset by my odd appearance. It is the unfortunate cost of magic. Which I believe you at least know something about, looking at your leg. Even though you haven't shown it, he looks at your leg. He's like, yes, well, this way. Then would have you guys follow with your cart and all down that bridge to the castle.
And as we're walking behind him, I kind of put more of my jacket over my leg. I don't know if he saw it, but yeah.
And so you guys get into the castle proper. They would have a stabling inside for you to put your cart, and the four of you would be asked to a major side chambers from the courtyard that you see there in the middle.
Okay. Are we leaving anyone?
Personal meeting room. I would ask the four of you to join me here.
5. We're bringing Lemon.
Oh, the dog is part of more of the accompaniment, I see. A familiar, perhaps? Looking at you, Leandrin. Interesting. Oh, yes. And you would have you come in. Get food for a dog. And they run off and start setting the table and everything. He's like, yes, sit. Imbibements plenty, some of the best in the region.
Before you continue, I'm gonna lean over to Lemon and say, "Don't eat anything until I tell you." I'm gonna whisper that to her.
All right, so you guys get sat at the table, and there's a huge oil painting of the current Lord Blackadder, surrounded by a whole family tree of portraits, and the genes are strong in this family. Almost every male descendant looks almost identical to the current one.
Interesting.
So,
are they Time Lord? No, I'm just kidding. I didn't ask that.
He sits down at the head of his little table. This is kind of his little meeting spot from where you can put together. He's like, please, yes, have a seat. And we will discuss the current nature of your artifacts and the information you truly possess.
Okay.
Yes. And I feel like that might be a good spot to kind of leave you guys until
So
next.
we just doomed the world.
I just fucked us over, didn't I? By
I
just
don't know,
walking in.
just because he has a Weasley voice doesn't mean he's a weasel.
No, I know.
Fortunate voice.
But we just doomed the world. Congratulations.
Oh yeah, you think so? So yeah,
It
no,
just
you
depends on
are
how we talk to him.
a grand castle side dining hall with the court wizard of Castle Adder, of the Lord Blackadder, in the Adderton lorddom of Eastmarch. Successfully stopped the goblin raid and are investigating some, well, magic sarcassery.
I'm
hopefully
sorry if
we'll-
I get us killed, Rukov.
Oh, no, it's fine. I've done far worse for us, even in the first.
I know, but like,
Yeah.
there's a reason. I mean, there's not necessarily a reason I wanted to go in, but
I really wish that Marcus had survived at this point, because he would have been a lot better off, and he would have been, making more deals and just being fine with everything. But Hammer,
Leandrin's great with words. I'm not. Apparently,
I take into account your what you're trying to say. I wasn't
versus
taking
what
your
I'm actually
dialogue,
saying.
yeah, directly as that. They would have still gotten confused between the quick switch in dialogues, though, between curses to the trade of dairy.
Right,
So they
but
were-
my point that I was trying to get across was like it's happening beyond this, so it may not be this. So
They were
let
just too
us
slow to pick up on what you were saying.
right.
We've-
Okay.
essentially, we just had to tell them that we'd traveled many lands, and we'd seen the same thing going throughout the many lands rather than just the two. So,
Okay.
it's okay.
I'm an idiot.
You are
No,
not.
no. There's no wrong way of doing any of this. That's what's great about it. It's that, and to be honest, I've been a little stingy with the information this time around, but that's due to the roles and what people in this area and the other area actually do or do not know. So,
Yeah.
Right.
and it's kind of at a weird moral gray spot too, because you don't know if either side is even right at all.
Right.
In any of this, or so it could all be circumstantial, and some people being assholes, or the one people could be totally right, or so on
Well,
and
and one person did say that like they blame, or someone said somewhere, it might have been above the game, but someone like they're just blaming each other. They're just rivals, and so they just need someone to blame, and there they are.
Hmm.
All right. So I'm gonna,
Anyway.
for the purpose of the raid that I'm about to start, we're gonna be going over to AJG SLC. And thank you for watching. If you've been watching, if you're watching the VOD, thank you for being here. This has been a lot of fun, and we're gonna go ahead and raid over to AJ in just a second.
Well, that sounds awesome. Any continued thoughts on all the new information and events?